what is the kind of licensing agreement? So we're now engaging them on different types of licensing agreements, because what they want to pay for is, take this technology, we'll pay you to build the model, but they will take the data and continue to benefit from it for decades and decades to come. So there really is a requirement on governments to understand the data of the people, to ensure the sovereignty of the data of the people, because what fuels ChatGPT? Nothing except what all of us have created. All of us created content, and that is the fuel. And the more data, yesterday there was an announcement by Orange and Meta and OpenAI to build more data. Whose data is going to be used for that, and who will it benefit? These are the really critical questions. So that's on the one end, in terms of really asking the tough questions. Yes, we're going to get a great solution, but who benefits in the end? And how do communities become the owners of the data that is created from them? One. Two, how does AI become public infrastructure? There's a working group, and there's different groups globally that are talking about, just as with roads, just as with healthcare and education, how does AI become public infrastructure? Because if AI is seen as public infrastructure, then it means the people in my village of Tsendani in the Eastern Cape, there has to be a way that AI is making their lives better, and the national strategies of the country need to ensure that AI is being brought into their world to make their lives better. And so there's a really big piece of work that's needed across the global south to think about, how does AI become public infrastructure? What does that mean in terms of the types of ministries that exist, in terms of the work of the different development banks, the AU, etc. If AI is to be public infrastructure, what does that stretch out in terms of services and how services come about? And so there's really a critical piece of work. And I think the last one is, I think African governments and governments in the global south really need to be investing in the infrastructure. Right now, the biggest limitation that we have, apart from the data that is available for the languages, because we deal with low resource languages, there's not enough content in our languages. The second one is compute resources. So the thing that makes the engine actually create AI. That's the biggest limitation that we have. It is charged in dollars, and it is not only charged in dollars, it is a whole lot of money. And we don't even have enough access to the GPUs that are needed. And so part of that is investing in infrastructure across the global south that can be accessible by different organizations in the global south, so that we can actually build AI for the global south. We spoke about contextuality and how important that is, but we will not be able to do that if the infrastructure is not being made available in the global south at costs and pricing that can actually be reachable by the organizations and even the public institutions that want to do this kind of work in the global south.
Okay, absolutely. And I think, Asala, I would like to have your views on that, like from the Sri Lanka perspective.
Well, I echo some of those points, and I completely agree. One thing the global south, especially small states like us, need to be aware of is we would, very similar to the social media story, we will end up being users of this technology. We are not really driving this technology to solve developmental problems. That's you know, it's all well and good that social media was good. Yes, it connected people, but how much of a social impact did it make in countries like ours? Again, it could have been more. This is the same conversation that we are seeing now with AI. And I just want to resonate one aspect here in terms of governments digitizing the data. There'll be a lot of players now, given how the ecosystem is configured now. There'll be a lot of stakeholders who are willing to come and digitize that data for you. And I echo your point, is that data really yours? I know there's a lot of debate about data sovereignty. Should data remain, or should we be open about it? Yes, leave that aside. But the data is yours. This is your citizens' data, and it is impactful to you. And the more you treat it that way, and the more you are sacrosanct about that data, the more effective you will be in these negotiations. And again, accessibility to these technologies, because how many people can afford this? And there are restrictions on countries. There may be soft restrictions, especially on small states like us, about even getting a certain type of GPU. which is not accessible. Then we have to look at less intensive models. Then we have to look at smaller data sets. How are we going to do that? Is that open source? Is that available? You know, these are the kind of pushbacks that we need to have, especially as small states, especially as states in the global south, where we need to take a collective stand. And I think there's an ideological difference also when it comes to artificial intelligence. We, as the global south, feel it's there to augment the human. I don't think it's the same across the board when it comes to the global north, where there is a conversation of replacing the human. Yeah. So I think we have to be cautious there because there's an ideological battle going on how we want to use AI. I think that's probably the point I wanted to add there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ravi, I would like to have also your view. You can jump on what has been stated before, or like also have your own public-private partnership that are the most effective. I think you started talking about it quickly, and you wanted to share some examples from MasterCard point of view.
Okay, thanks, Nara. So maybe one or two things, one or two areas I would just maybe weigh in on. I think when you talked about privacy and principles, I think one of the things I know, like at MasterCard, which is very core. In fact, we were probably amongst one of the first to publish our data privacy principles, because what we believe is that you as an individual own your data. You have the right to specify how and where to use it. Our job is to protect it, right? So in terms of providing the protection, all of the cybersecurity services, everything to make sure that that data is trusted and protected, right? And I think as we talk about infrastructure and public infrastructure that you talked about, I think one of the important things there is to ensure that it's done with good governance and principles in mind, that it does not lead to further fragmentation. And I think that is where I think aligning standards, like to the point that you were making around, from global south, I would say that globally we have to look at how, we make standards more interoperable, as well as more harmonization that can come about, so that allows levels the playing field, that allows everyone to be able to access and, those platforms and so forth, to be able to provide the right solutions and so forth. And I think that is where we look at now, when you talked about public-private partnership, I think, there are, and I think that when we look at it, it takes so many shapes and forms, whether it is helping small businesses thrive, whether it is helping farmers and have them digitally included. I'll give you one or two quick examples. In India, we partnered with one of the financial institutions, HDFC Bank, along with USAID, with USAID. All right, and we set up a $100 million credit facility, which with the primary objective that it had to be for first-time borrowers and for women-owned businesses or women-led businesses, right? So I think when you come and you work with, so we work a lot with, whether it is academia, with NGOs, with civil society, with multilateral institutions. We've been working with the World Bank, the IFC, or the other development banks. So I think that, like this one example, and actually that was done maybe 2-3 years ago, and had a tremendous success rate of purely targeting and helping women-owned businesses with digital solutions. Now another example is also private-private partnership. So let's say when we looked, we worked with another fast-moving goods company like FMCG, Hindustan Lever. And in Africa, one of the markets was where you look at, where some of these small bodegas or these small shacks or shops, right, that carry basic day-to-day goods that people go to and buy, whether it is your toothpaste or soap or daily supply. Now, they are sometimes limited because, first of all, they were only doing cash transaction. How do you help them go digital? Now, what we did is we worked with, in this case, a private-private partnership to see how do we, use their purchase and buying patterns and history of digital transactions to then look at alternative methods of providing collateral. Small collateral by looking at it being enabled by digital history and using your digital transaction than traditional collateral method, right? And that way then you bring them into and financially include them. We've done work in Africa and in many other, where we have millions of farmers. We have a platform called Community Pass. In Community Pass, what we do is these small leasehold farmers, small farmers are not able to leave their land, and a lot of them are owned by women, leave their land to go to the marketplace to get the best price for their produce. So for us, it's not about MasterCard. We provided the platform where now we are bringing in, what we are doing is we are linking the small farmer to farmer producer organizations, these FPOs, to these end buyers, where, let us say, the farmer producer organization says, I need X quintals of rice, for example, of this grade. And this is going to be my price, right? So these small farmers are able to then know for certainty, like what price I'm going to get, and then have like who my buyer is going to be. And then we supplement it by agents that go in these small villages and help with the collection process. So there, you build an ecosystem, right? So it is not, so you have to go, and look at the problems, locally, and to your points also you made earlier, you have to understand, like to sell tomatoes locally, right? You have to go and understand these issues. What are the problems they're facing? How do you create that ecosystem? And now with, the financial institutions that come in, is looking at that transaction history and now offering access to credit. Through the platform, the farmers are getting seed and other produce information about planting and so on and so forth. Plus, we don't assume that everybody has smartphones. So you have to have solutions that are fit for smartphones as well as the regular phones as such. How do you get and get them onto a platform to be able to pay how they want to pay, whether it is QR code driven, whether it is mobile money, mobile solution driven, or whether it is a card access payment. So you have to again work. So these are the kind of examples that I can share with you where I think we've been very successful in, and in this case, in the agriculture, the farmers actually got nearly 20 to 30% higher price for their produce than they normally would have otherwise. So it then again brings them, not only digitally included and financially included, but to be able to get a better price for their produce. So we have to work, collectively with the, stakeholders, and understand that if we can align government policies, if we can align private sector innovation and community engagement, then we can put the technology to the best use possible.
Absolutely, totally agree with, like, we should have this approach, like more heuristic approach, like understanding the whole ecosystem. And also for that, I think like the governments have also to understand the challenges of their own stakeholder in this conversation, like the private sector and the companies that are trying to do this, building the solution. So maybe like you want to jump on, let's try to be quick, because I think we'll try to have some time for questions.
I just like to make 3 quick points. First, we think AI is super intelligent, but at the end of the day, it is created by humans. It's trained by the humans. I'm sure there are companies in South Africa as well where our young people are employed to train the data. I mean, annotation of the data for AI. For instance, for self-driving cars, we need to annotate a lot of videos. Say like, this is a dog, this is a stone. So that has to be fast annotated by the humans. So that's the fact of the matter right now. And then whatever is trained by the humans get fed into the deep learning engine, which is basically a neural network. Secondly, I would like to commend the work that Lela AI is doing. I think in the global south, we need more companies like ours. We need to produce our own AI engine. We need to design our own algorithms. Otherwise, AI is, after all, how the algorithm works and how the data has been trained on. So one of the good news is that with the evolution of the technology, there is also something called the small language models that they are talking about, as opposed to large language models. So even with the smaller data sets, I think we are going to get good results in the future, which is good for the global south. And finally, I would like to add that the AI that we have now is what is called the artificial narrow intelligence. It is only able to do some specific tasks. Now people are talking about the next phase of evolution, which is going to be artificial general intelligence, when it is going to be able to maybe match the humans. And in the future, still in the realm of, I think, science fiction now, is what is called artificial superintelligence. Then people are even wondering whether AI is going to have sentience, its own emotions in the future. And the AI that is trained on also need to be trained on certain values. Whose values is it going to be? Is it going to be the African values, Asian values, or the Western values? So there's a whole lot of debate going on out there. Thank you.
Thank you. And just like to sum up quickly before opening the stage for question, hopefully, I just wanted to highlight some element that you shared. I think there is like the important element regarding adopting a local perspective. The asymmetry of knowledge also should be highly, we should have it in mind when talking about those topics. Also in technology and AI design, making sure that we're focusing on the problem and understanding the ecosystem around the problems. And there is a topic around sovereignty of the data and how we ensure that we put in place the right public infrastructures for addressing those challenges. Okay. Thank you all. I don't know if you have, so we have some questions. The time for some questions yeah, please. I don't know if there is a microphone somewhere. Ah, yes, can you come to the mic and quickly present yourself? Thank you.
All right, hi. So my question is just an overall one. I think I heard a lot about how AI and the kind of technological development is happening. Just want to put forward a scenario where what if, just scenario-wise, you have one where technological development in the space stalls, the legal and ethical problems don't necessarily get resolved, but you do have extremely widespread adoption of existing technologies. Just want to hear thoughts on how you would frame that kind of scenario and what that kind of scenario would mean, the implications, because right now we're talking about one where you do have pretty unequal access, but where you have very widespread access across all angles, without any further development. Just want to understand how you would frame that kind of situation.
Okay, go ahead.
I think I'll start with, right now, I think it's a closing gap. And I think you're right. There's a moment in time where we would have passed the ability to have the right structures in place. I think right now is a good time to be having the kinds of conversations because everyone, including the global north, big tech companies are actually open to having conversations, even though it's tough for them because the negotiation is slightly different to what potentially happens before. So I think the most important thing in light of your question is really being quite thorough and assertive in terms of what happens with our data and how models are trained, but it's a closing gap. If we miss this moment, what you're saying is very, very likely, where the legal part of it is not able to meet the particular requirements, and it's just widespread adoption, and we don't have that type of limit. But this is a critical moment because those conversations are happening, but they need to be happening more robustly.
So just to add on to that,
yeah,
great question.
quickly, please, because we are. Thank you.
I know. One thing is, I think social media and the adoption of that really taught the lesson of how we need to approach this problem. And this is why, as the explosion of artificial intelligence, which is about 18 months ago, happened, I would like to call the consumer AI facing part of it. The conversation around regulations also evolved. So we have EU talking about it, we have G7 grouping talking about it, we have ASEAN talking about it, we have OECD talking about it. So, and what's important is the value-based approach that they're taking in order to tackle their problems, because laws and norms will take you so far, but actually a value-based approach as to what are the values that you're basing this on, and therefore looking at it from a regulatory point of view, or ethics standing point of view, and ultimately a governance point of view, which will be a little more helpful in that equation. Thank you for your question.
I think thank you, everyone. If you have a question later, I think the panel will be happy to answer. Okay, so thank you, everyone, and thank
My sincere apologies to the panel and the moderator, but we are 30 minutes over time, so sorry for that. But please join us up top for a quick photograph. In the meantime, I'll request my colleagues to set the stage for the next session. I do have a couple of housekeeping announcements for our international delegates who've joined us. When you exit the hall on your left, just before the door, there is the City Hopper stand for your airport transfers day after. So please do check in with them. They have your flight details. Just confirm them with them such that your airport transfers are smooth. The next session is titled Burning Challenge, Financing Energy Transitions. We will be discussing what are the most effective financing strategies to support the energy transition in the Global South. How can public and private sectors collaborate to mobilize resources? What innovative financing mechanisms can be employed to ensure affordable and reliable energy access while promoting sustainability in the face of high demand? I think the High Commissioner in the morning mentioned that there are energy companies from India and South Africa meeting, I think, tomorrow. So it's a good kickoff for that as well. So clearly our governments are aligned and priorities are aligned as well between the two countries. Arjun, is the stage all set? If I could now invite the speakers on stage, moderated by Mr. Sanjay Joshi, Chairman at the Observer Research Foundation, Dennis Dursi, the Chief Executive Officer of White Roads Investment Company in Albania, Mung Yung Lee, the Policy Analyst at OECD, and Alexander Panhofer, Green Finance Consultant at FinGreen in Austria. So yours is on the left.
Good afternoon. This is a panel on the burning question, financing green transitions in the Global South. And you would find something interesting about this panel. There is no speaker from the Global South on this panel. And the reason is not far to find. The Global South almost staged a walkout at COP29 on Sunday in Azerbaijan. And it was a huge controversy when the 300 billion figure was agreed upon at the end of COP29 for climate finance to start flowing not in 2025, but in 2035. So from 1992, when it was first decided at the UNFCCC for the first time, that developed countries needed to share the burden of climate finance and needed to support green transitions in developing countries. From 1992 to 2009, 17 years it took to lay down a figure as to how much money should be made available. It was a paltry sum, $100 billion. Came 2015, a date was decided, 2020, it will start flowing, but the money never really flowed. And at the Paris Agreement, when the climate deal was really reached, 2025 became the year when they said, okay, you will transition, you will move above that floor and set a goal for yourselves. So that is why the whole question of what should be the contributions became a big issue at Azerbaijan. And ultimately it was settled in 2035, which is a gap of almost 43 years since it was first laid down the table. So as you can see, the issue has constantly been kicked down the road from time to time. And if that progress continues, probably we can say that the NDCs also could probably not be settled by 2050 to reach that 1.5 degree goal. It could probably be the end of the century. And then we are in disaster zone. So yes, that is why it becomes a burning question. So before we get onto this, Lee, a quick question unto you. What is the issue with climate finance? Why is it not moving? Why is it not moving at the pace and the speed that it should be moving? Lee,
Thank you.
you're in the hot seat.
Yes, indeed, it's a great question to kick off this session. I think we have been asking this question a lot, that why things are moving forward. Just give you some figures before we start a bit of a gloomy picture. I want to start with a bit of positive figures that in the last couple of years, of decades time, we saw how cost competitiveness of solar PV has been made achievement. Now it's most cost competitive renewable energy technologies if you compare it with the fossil fuels. So it's definitely making sense that commercial traction is still there. So that drives us to looking into the global energy investment. In 2023, there's approximately $2.8 trillion has been invested in global energy. And among those, $1.8 trillion has been gone into clean energy investment. Although this development and achievement of numbers comparing 10 years ago, it's a big achievement for all of us, there is a big gloomy side. As you flagged that only 20% of those clean energy investment went to global south. So then question goes into why all these initiatives and all this announcement and ambitious goals that has been announced by African continent, Asian countries, and many global south has been made, but we are not seeing the progress of closing those financing gap. And I want to direct that question into the areas of cost of financing. Because when we talk to investors or when we talk to DFIs like MDBs, they always talk about when we're designing the projects in renewables, for example, in emerging and developing countries, it is too costly for them. It's because they see the risk around the projects in that specific country context is too high compared to the ones in, for example, in European countries. So that drives up the high perceived risk, and that it resulted in high cost of financing. Just give you context, in European Union, solar PV is costing around 3 to 6%. If you look at a bit dialing into different regions, we see 15 to 20%, even for the solar PV projects that is highly considered as commercially competitive. So that gives you the reason that why, is in some extent, among other challenges, of course, that gives you reason that there's not investment flow going into. And then the simple question goes into then why don't we de-risk it and bring down the cost of financing so make the projects work? But it's not that simple because we have a bit of misperception that I want to highlight it. Is that if we single out the projects in the emerging and developing countries and compare with the global north, is in fact the project default rate is a bit lower in the global south, meaning the projects are profitable, the ones that are secured and implemented in, for example, in African countries. So risk itself that associated with the project is actually highly compatible and compatible in the global standard and what's needed for the investors. But what boils down into high cost of financing for projects in global south and leading to the lack of financing flow going into these regions is actually the macroeconomic and country risk. And I will discuss in more further details, and I first give it to my colleagues to intervene as well. But we need to understand what is the key drivers and to design the intervention and the solution more tailored to that specific information is showing to us. It's not about the project is hard to secure. It's not about the project is not profitable in, for example, in African countries, but it's really about how we are seeing, assessing the country risk and how we should design the intervention to make that risk to be more mitigated.
Talking of risk sharing, risk sharing is a kind of arrangement we've been constantly talking about in public-private partnerships. We've been talking about it for even traditional infrastructure projects. And it has not been an easy nut to crack. We've seen most big projects, including those financed by the multilateral development banks, not just fall by the wayside, but countries actually go into distress on issues related to risk sharing. And so the problem which the global south really faces in these kinds of situations is that in most public-private partnership projects, The solution is to pass the risk on to the private party and minimize the risk to the public party. I mean, that is the common option which is chosen in the Global South. Now, that clearly is an unworkable option. So what kinds of risk-sharing arrangements can there be? What kinds of financing can there be where there is an equitable burden of risk-sharing? So somewhere, yes, there has to be an infusion of public money. I mean, that is what the whole debate has been. So where are these, innovative methods? If you look at the list of questions you've been given, innovative methods, more effective methods, they're both the same thing. If it is innovative, it is going to be effective. If it is not innovative, it is going to fall by the wayside. So what is so special about green projects that can be amenable to certain kinds of financing, and how does the risk-sharing burden become more equitable between North and South, and between both the private and the public partner? Who would like to crack at that?
Yeah, maybe I can say a point on that. One strategy that we are seeing, I myself, I'm advising renewable energy, or the financing of renewable energy projects in Europe, but also in neighboring regions such as North Africa. And what we are seeing to bridge the gap between public finance and private is that we really need to build on partnerships. And the key is partnerships between industry off-takers and the energy producers. Because one of the biggest risks is actually the off-take risk. So if you want to build a new energy plant and you sell your electricity to the market, you don't know how much money you're going to get for that. And so the money, maybe the bank then won't fund you. But if you have a big off-taker, like for example in South Africa, the mining industry, or if you look to India, steel industry, and these are areas where there is a lot of growth or there will be a lot of growth in the next years, then you can create partnerships between the off-taker and the producer in various forms. And one thing that has become quite popular in Europe, but I think also all around the world, is power purchase agreements. These are agreements between, for longer term, about 10 years or more, to off-take a certain amount of energy from an energy plant for a certain price. And what that gives you is, for the producer, the certainty of cash flows. So also for the bank, which in the end really looks after getting their money back, they know how much money this energy generation will raise in the next 10 or 15 years. So they can prove with this agreement how much cash flow they will earn, and they can easily, or easier than before, get a loan for that. Then on the other hand, you have the industry. For them, the profit or the benefit is that they can claim that they are sourcing green energy. Now in some regions, like in Europe, there are regulations that you need to source from green energy, so that ticks off that box. But it also gives you the certainty of price, and especially in terms of energy crisis, where sometimes prices skyrocket for energy, that gives you a planning security as an industrial company. So you have benefits on both sides for such a power purchase agreement, and you can structure it in various ways. You can either have a power plant on-site that sometimes works for solar, or off-site. That is often the case for wind energy. So wind doesn't blow everywhere, so you need to build your wind park somewhere else. You feed in the energy to the grid, and then the industrial gets it from the grid again. But it still works via such an agreement. And another option would be for an industrial to fund an equity stake in energy generation, but it's really about the partnership between the off-taker and the generator, because you have a specific purpose for this energy, and it makes it much easier for the funding.
See, the risk of off-taking being taken by the energy producer may be fine in, say, Europe, where tariffs are more market-based. But in certain countries in the Global South, tariffs for certain sections of the population are not market-based. Mm-hmm. There are lots of cross-subsidies which exist within the system, whereby the larger consumers will actually pay more. So the cross-subsidy is not from the government to to the off-taker. The cross-subsidy actually comes from the energy producer. So there then comes a resistance to be able to actually honor PPAs, and that is where most countries in the global south struggle. They sign PPAs and fail to honor them.
Yeah, I think that's where states need to come in to guarantee counterparty risk, and I mean, it's in the end cheaper than funding the energy production yourself. You need a guarantee, but I think that's something where states can come in and assist or maybe make the right regulatory framework to enable PPAs. Because as you said, it's not so easy for any companies to conclude such an agreement. There's still risks involved. But I think with the right framework, you can nurture those power purchase agreements.
So Lee, is there some other solution? Because governments that's a primary debate which is taking place, which took place at COP29. Government after government from the developing world said, sorry, this is not something we can do or would like to do. We cannot bear that burden. And that is where the whole debate about how to stimulate climate finance, whether there has to be some amount of burden sharing arrangement which makes it more equitable. Are there mechanisms? Can there be mechanisms?
That's a very interesting question. And I want to start with the issues around the financing gap. And when we're talking about we want more money flows into Global South to make the green transition work and green industrialization work, I think it's the underlying assumption is that the Global South has huge renewable endowment. For example, our recent analysis has done on the solar technical potential for the African continent is there's 7,900 gigawatt of solar PV potential here, just factoring in 1% of land utilization. So itself is a huge, and it's quite big enough to source the Africa's green industrialization. Then there's still the question of the capital. And I want to introduce some of the interesting model that has been seen in African continent as a successful model to basically led by public sector, but also worked well with interacting with the private sector, which is independent power producer model. So in African continents, if you look at it, 60% of African countries are allowing the private participation in their power generation segmentation through IPP. And in the last 5 to 6 years, we have seen that more than hundreds of utility scale-up solar PV projects have reached through IPP program. And also the 60 and 70% of solar PV projects in the last 3 years in African continents has been made through IPP, same as wind. So this shows that with a clear modality that led by the country, it could definitely improve some of the struggles that countries facing in terms of attracting more capitals. And other modality I want to share with you is the country platform. So if we look at the case of Egypt, for example, Egypt launched the Nexus NUAFIM. I'm missing out the whole what it stands for, but basically it's the country platform where they flagged the country's priority projects on agriculture, power, and water. So how did it work is they interacted through the country platform, what country want to finance as a priority, and they interacted to address the policy and regulatory barriers. For example, they launched the golden license process, which is, in some extent, if you look at the renewable energy projects, there has been cost implication if the project is delayed because of the license and administration documentation process delayed. So this interaction and through the platform, they identified this has occurred 30% of costs driving up. So they wanted to address this, so they developed a one-stop shop process, which is every required license, including environmental assessment, can be go through this golden license platform. And this definitely increased the 20% of the FID achievement, which is final investment decision of the projects that country was struggling with. So there are a couple of measures that led by Global South and has been achieved in addressing some of the issues on attracting more capital into the areas that I want to pay attention to.
Dennis, you are an investment company, White Roads Finance. Now, tell me about White Roads Finance. White Roads is about investing in areas where normally investments do not flow, precisely about green finance. And yes, your website says that the potential of the Global South, its own renewable energy potential is 400 times that its fossil fuel potential. Between this potential and the promise it holds, there is a huge shadow. What is that shadow, and how do you get over it?
Thank you for this opportunity to be part of this panel and to speak about an issue that touches millions of people's lives. And the energy poverty affects more than just basic conveniences. It limits the education, restricts healthcare, hampers the economic growth, and place families in severe disadvantages. I would like here to share some examples about the innovative financing mechanism that can transform the energy access. First is the blended finance. My colleague explained in details that allow public and private capital to work together. In blended finance, grants or concessional loans from governments or development banks de-risk investments, making it possible for private sector players to enter in the energy sector in a region that might overview as a high risk. By creating public-private partnerships, we can unlock a large pool of private capital required for ambitious infrastructure projects like hydropower, solar grid, mini-grids, clean cooking solution. This approach has already yielded success in countries like Kenya, where blended finance helped the country become a global leader in grid solar systems. In addition, I would like to bring the example of the country I come from, Albania. We are a country that produced almost 100% of the energy through clean resources, mainly hydropower. But because of the heavy reliance on this single source, the government, through different ways of blended finance, such as public-private partnership, is exploring a way to diversify the energy production, mainly focusing wind and solar energy production. Another example I would like to share is the result-based financing, which reward private sector entities based on the actual energy services they deliver. For example, rather than providing upfront capital, government or donors set payment structure that only pay out once households have consistent and verifiable access to the energy. Result-based financing not only ensure accountability, but also encourage innovative and efficiency, allowing small and medium enterprises to enter the market and scale faster. In Albania, the government is supporting the families to install and use a solar panel for water heating by household customers, and they subsidize up to 70% of the cost of purchasing and installation of solar panel. Another mechanism is the green bond, which is an innovative tool with immense potential. These bonds offered a way to attract environmental sensitive investors who are interested in supporting green infrastructure projects that drive sustainability energy access. These bonds can be directed towards projects with measurable impact, like off-grid solutions or rural electrification programs. In addition, to promote clean energy, green bonds tap into growing pools of impact-focused capital, bringing gaps in energy financing. It is important that the government aligned incentives by encouraging business to align with the ESG principles. Similar to World Bank bond, India Greens bond, Brazilian Amazon bond, the EU Next Generation initiative uses green bonds to finance climate-focused recovery efforts post-COVID-19. Another mechanism is the microfinance, which is an important tool in the energy sector. Small loans enable families and communities to invest in affordable solar home systems, efficient cooking stoves, or battery storage solutions. These small-scale investments improve daily life while reducing reliance on expensive and polluting fuels. microfinance institutions and fintech companies are already making energy products more accessible for offering pay-as-you-go models that align with the economic reliance on underserved communities. In this context, the role of local financial institutions is crucial as they understand their communities' unique needs and challenges as well. By providing technical and financial support, the local banks, cooperatives, and credit unions, all these institutions can empower the finance small scale, sustainable green solution, and rural areas as well, creating jobs and strength more local economies. And another element I would like to emphasize is the advocate for regional cooperation. For instance, pooled funds or regional energy hubs can attract investors interested in large-scale investment across multiple countries. For example, TAP, Transatlantic Pipeline, the gasification projects agreement with the Albanian Electro Energy Corporation, and Masdar, the Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company, for strategic projects in producing renewable energy in Western Balkans. This type of collaboration enabled risk sharing, economies of scale, and secure optimization, making projects in the low-income areas more viable. We need to prioritize creating cross-border networks that promote collective growth and development.
So, in many of these which you mentioned, a lot of the burden for climate finance actually shifts either onto the local government, which is the national government, or social enterprises within the nation, or other enterprises within that whole ecosystem. That is how it is moving forward. Now, when we start talking, and Alex, this question is for you. You advise both borrowers and lenders. You advise on both sides. You are basically a finance consultancy company in green finance. Now, how do you bring the two together in these situations? How do you convince them? How do you make these marriages happen?
Yeah, I would say it's all about the risk, really, to mitigate it as much as possible. Maybe I can draw on the example of green hydrogen that I think some of you might think it's a thing of the future, but actually you already need to start planning now if you want green hydrogen in 5 years. But that is some of the lessons there are also translatable to the raw materials sector, really. Again, it's about partnerships, about sharing the risk between the producer and the off-taker. And I mean, currently projects that, for example, I looked at in North Africa for green hydrogen, they are not viable yet because there are various risks involved. You have the technical risk about with the big installations of electrolyzers that were not or have not been tried before, so you need to slowly scale it up. You have political risks. You have the offtake risk, and again, the offtake risk is one of the main factors. The biggest electrolyzer project in the world from NEOM in Saudi Arabia is only possible because there is a guaranteed offtake. So what ideally you should achieve is an offtaker. Now I know there are not many companies that will commit to taking off hydrogen for 10 years, so I think there needs to be government support. And I'm also going to tell you why I think it's in the interest, for example, of Europe to support such a thing. Because Europe is really interested in decarbonization. It has managed, I think, a 37% reduction in CO2 emissions compared to 1990. There's a goal for 55% in 2030, but we know we need to work together with the whole world to make climate action possible. And so that's maybe the overarching goal. But there are also more direct economic interests. Obviously, we have industry in Europe that, for example, in Denmark, leading world manufacturer of wind turbines that want to sell their stuff all over the world. So if then the states of Denmark, also the European Union, supports the export of these products to other countries, it's in their direct interest. It's not only giving them away money, so they also profit from it. And regarding hydrogen, I think there are some innovative solutions already on the board. I think they need to be expanded. One example I would like to mention is H2 Global. It's a German platform, and they have a double-sided auction. It's a market-based instrument. So on one side you have a tender where they ask basically all around the world to give bids for hydrogen, and the cheapest ones are selected. And then they're doing the same on the offtake side. So they are asking what industries need hydrogen, what are they willing to bid, and what the price gap is covered by the state. But in the end, it's a market-based instrument, and I think it's quite a smart one that might be an instrument for the future.
So is the solution ultimately offtake agreements with strong take-or-pay arrangements, guaranteed and funded by the global north at viable prices, to make Africa the hub for exporting green hydrogen?
I think that's one solution, but in the end, yeah, it's about partnerships. I think international cooperation here is vital, and it's in the interest of both continents to expand on that cooperation.
We're running out of time. I'll just have one round of questions because my clock is running out. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, there's a hand raised there. Introduce yourself and a short question.
So
Anyone else? Line up. Yeah.
I'm Ornella Tucci, and I have been board member of the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facilities for some years. And having been part of the government of Albania, I know perfectly well what is going on with the funds, the planet, the global funds. There are almost more than 10 funds all over the world, and they are receiving, let's say, this taxes money from developed countries, working on the projects. And only for the adaptation, they are 8 funds. And some of them, 3 of them, in 2023, they allocated only 1 project for cause of their rules, their bureaucracy, and everything else. So in the case of the ongoing war situation in the world, and by the other hand, the US focused on their own interest, unilaterals. And so can we really expect that COP29 to fix the problems with global climate funds for the global south, for the developing countries? And after all, billions are sitting unused because of complicated rules and delays. How can we trust that these funds will actually reach the countries that need them the most, the global south countries, when political agenda seems to take priority over real action?
Lee, would you like to tackle that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Indeed, adaptation has been quite a center of discussion in these days around how we should finance it better. One thing I want to highlight is when we discuss about how we can finance it better, we have to keep in mind that we're dealing with investors and those who are assessing the commercial viability. So far, adaptation has been quite challenging to prove that commercial viability when the assessment stage, because normally climate funds, when they assess the proposal, they go through similar steps as the investors does, which is to see whether not making profitable at the level of commercial, but at least can return some of the investment they are making and to able to create some of the predictable cash flow, as most of the projects are very much crucial when you're assessing the projects. Now for the adaptation, there has been some emerging models, particularly in the clean cooking areas and deforestation, that we have seen some emergence of the models, the result-based models, or we saw some sustainable link-based bonds has been launched in Latin American countries. We also have seen some blue bonds issuance that link to the adaptation projects based on how much carbon mitigation potential they can create. And now in COP29, there have been at least one of the positive news from among many newses, is that the carbon market Article 6 has been agreed in terms of the principle. Of course, it's going to take some time to take off the actual models to be operational, meaning that who will be assess the products and integrity of those credits generated. But it is essential landmark agreement because there has been a lot of questions around after CDM era is over, how we can sustain and use the carbon credit market as to finance the adaptation. Because carbon credit is a useful tool to basically structure the adaptation projects. So once the Article 6 is now achieved, which allows a bilateral transaction between the countries, which we saw in the Kilt Foundation back in a couple of years ago, there has been Peru and Switzerland has struck the deal around the Article 6.2 to do the carbon trading, and that gives the cash flow for the Peru to finance their forestation projects. So that kind of deal could be scaled up going forward as Article 6 has achieved some agreement around how they are going to operate going forward. Of course, there are a lot of measures has to be done more beyond this, but step by step, I would say, and then see how it goes. Thank you.
Lee, Dennis, any quick interventions from your side, 30 seconds each on this or something else?
Beyond adaptation?
No, from Dennis and Alex. No, from your other panelists.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, overall, I would say there is huge potential in the global south for renewable energy. I think on the African continent, we have 60% of global solar resources, as the International Energy Agency says. There are some strategies to expand that. We've also heard that in most countries, solar is the cheapest energy, so I am optimistic that we can manage the energy transition together. And as I said before, it's all about partnerships, partnerships, partnerships.
Dennis?
Achieving affordable and reliable energy access in a global south will not happen overnight. But it will happen if we reimagine the finance mechanism, embrace partnerships, and continue to innovate. The mechanism we outlined today demonstrates that we have the potential and there's the responsibility to make the energy accessible to all.
So the good news is, yes, finance is flowing. It is flowing actually by efforts of a lot of countries as well as people and enterprises in the global south. Maybe support for it is not as forthcoming from the north as it should be, and that is a struggle and a battle that will keep on having to be waged and fought at every COP, 29, 30, 40, it'll go on and on. But that really means that, yes, pushing the Paris Agreement goals, kicking the can further down the road, that is what is going to happen. So that is why this battle must go on, but the Global South is very much there in the picture, taking initiatives and doing a lot on its own steam, bearing the burden of climate finance. Thank you very much for being here. A big hand to our panelists.
Thank you so much to the panelists. If I could just invite you to the top of the stage for a quick photograph. We will now have a very special address, and it's a privilege for us to host him here. I believe he has a parliament session he has to quickly attend, so we'll rush things along a little bit for him. Please, if I could have Mr. Park Stau, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition in South Africa, join us and deliver a ministerial address. Minister, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much to our program director. Well, when I received the invitation, I should say, and looking at the profile of speakers and participants, I had a bit of FOMO. But listening to the parts of the previous session that I've listened to, I certainly feel like I'd rather be here than driving back to Parliament to vote. But then when it comes to Parliament and voting, you don't have much of a choice. It is a decision of the Chief Whip. Program Director, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, the former Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Tony Abbott, former Prime Minister of Mali, Mr. Moussa Mara, Speaker of the National Assembly, South Africa, Mr. Didiza, former Minister of Commerce and Industry in India, Mr. Anand Sharma, Chairman of the Observer Research Foundation in India, Mr. Sanjay Joshi, Chief Executive Officer of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Mr. Max Bokwana, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As representative of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition in South Africa, and indeed the government of South Africa, it is an honor to be addressing you today at this year's second Cape Town Conversations. As you are aware, Africa is one of the world's fastest growing regions, rich in natural resources, with 60% of the globe's unused arable land, a youthful population, and a rising middle class. Despite these advantages, the continent contributes only 3% to global trade, reflecting its reliance on raw commodity exports and value-added imports. This dependency, compounded by external shocks like fluctuating commodity prices, COVID-19, and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, underscores Africa's vulnerability and the urgent need for economic resilience. Therefore, to unlock its potential, Africa should address structural challenges such as inadequate infrastructure, fragmented markets, and limited industrial diversification. Fortunately, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area offers a transformative opportunity by integrating markets, boosting intra-Africa trade, and promoting industrial development. As the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, we are clear in championing South Africa's role towards a development integration approach under the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which aims to combine market integration with infrastructure and industrial growth in laying the foundation for realizing Africa's Agenda 2063 goals. Ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly, developing countries rich in critical minerals have a unique opportunity to benefit from two significant trends that can drive their sustainable development, namely the energy transition and the digital economy. According to the International Energy Agency, global demand for minerals such as lithium for electric vehicles or selenium for solar cells is expected to triple by 2030 and quadruple by 2040. As such, local and regional value chain addition can promote a more equitable distribution of benefits and create opportunities for diversification, broader energy access, and sustainable growth. To leverage their natural endowment and avoid pitfalls of past commodity dependence, developing countries rich in critical energy transition minerals should urgently move up global value chains, industrialize, and leverage the critical minerals. In this regard, the key policy question for South Africa, Africa, and the broader global South is whether colonial trade relations of extraction in developing countries and value addition in developed countries will contribute to economic growth and job creation for the development of the people under whose soil these minerals reside. From an economic perspective, the answer is unambiguous. Although some mining activities can be labor-intensive, the actual number of people employed is often a small share of total employment. For example, South Africa's iron ore mining accounts for approximately 21,000 jobs. By comparison, the steel manufacturing and downstream value-added sectors account for about 362,000 jobs at present. In addition, the tax revenue and economic contribution from the steel value chain as a whole is substantially larger than the contribution of iron ore mining. From an environmental and carbon footprint perspective, it is hard to see the justification for shipping tons of unprocessed minerals rather than shipping the much smaller quantity of processed and purified minerals. Of course, the beneficiation as an economic strategy faces potential challenges. An obvious one is policy resistance from countries without mineral resources, often framed as competitiveness concerns, claiming beneficiation lacks the competitive advantage of mining. However, this argument overlooks how state-driven investments like South Africa's rail and port infrastructure for iron ore exports create competitive advantages, demonstrating the role of policy in shaping economic outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, other challenges include foreign investors prioritizing mineral exports to their home country, processing facilities, and the claim that developing countries lack the necessary technology, skills, and market access for beneficiation. To counter these, African governments can forge cross-border partnerships that ensure shared benefits and invest in developing local capabilities. A proactive industrial policy is crucial, fostering technology, skills, and infrastructure development alongside mining operations to avoid coordination failures and unlock beneficiation's full potential. It is vital for the global community and multilateral institutions such as the WTO to create enabling conditions through fairer trade rules, enhanced support for technology transfer, and increased investment in sustainable and resilient infrastructure across the developing world. Given this context, the Africa Group in the WTO has submitted proposals to recalibrate trade rules to provide policy space for industrial development of developing countries. These proposals are critical to promote digital and green industrialization and promote technology transfer and must be supported. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the G20 was established to foster innovation in global governance and address complex global challenges. South Africa assumes the G20 presidency at a time of escalating geopolitical tensions, climate crisis, fragmented supply chains, and widening inequality. These dynamics have exacerbated feelings of exclusion and discontent, leading many countries to adopt trade restrictive and industrial policies, often to the detriment of developing countries. African countries are particularly affected due to their reliance on commodities, heightened climate risks, food insecurity, and mounting debt. Tackling these challenges demands enhanced international cooperation and a focus on addressing disparities caused by the uneven effects of trade and globalization. Reforming the global governance framework is critical, as the current multilateral system predominantly serves developed countries. Meaningful participation of developing nations in global trade and economic development is essential for fostering cooperation and sustainable progress. Program Director, as a forum for the world's largest economies, the G20 should ideally address pressing environmental, social, and economic challenges. Policies promoting sustainable development, green industrialization, and local value addition are key. particularly in the transition to cleaner energy sources, investments in developing countries must move beyond resource extraction to beneficiation and value creation at source. Under the theme, Fostering Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, South Africa's G20 presidency from December 2024 to November 2025 will focus on 4 priorities within the Trade and Investment Working Group. 1, promoting inclusive trade and growth through a G20 Africa cooperation agenda. 2, advancing a responsive trade and investment agenda for global commons. 3, developing a G20 framework on green industrialization and value addition. And 4, pursuing WTO reform and a focus on development. Ladies and gentlemen, as the DTIC family, once again, we thank the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for inviting us to participate at the 2nd Cape Town Conversations. As South Africa begins preparations to host the G20 presidency, it is gratifying that we will seek to guide the G20 towards a more inclusive and sustainable global development agenda that supports balanced growth, shared prosperity, and the industrialization and reindustrialization of Africa. This will be premised on our objective of investing into beneficiation of our critical minerals with a regional approach in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for joining us this afternoon. And if your Parliament commitments do end in time, please do join us back. You're more than welcome to be here with us. We will now take a very, very short break. If I could just request everyone to grab their cup of tea or coffee and come back inside. We would like to start the next session immediately. We're taking a 7-minute break, so grab a cup of tea or coffee and then join us back in. Thank you so much. Hello, yes. If I could just request everyone to bring their tea and coffee inside. We do want to keep this on track. उसको बोल दे 40 मिनट्स कर दे यार. The next session is titled Mineral Mavericks, Balancing Extraction, Security and Sustainability. We will start in 2 minutes sharp. If I could request my colleagues to please usher guests inside. Rachel, there's a clock here for you. A few quick housekeeping announcements again for our international guests who might not have been here earlier. The travel desk has been set up at the end of the corridor outside. So during breaks, please do go to the travel desk. It says City Hopper on the top. Please confirm your flight details. This is for your airport transfers a day after when you depart Cape Town. We have arranged for airport transfers for those leaving on the 29th. Please do confirm your travel details with the travel desk sometime during the day. They'll be here tomorrow as well, but ideally we would like the cars to be arranged today itself. The next session, Mineral Mavericks, Balancing Extraction, Security and Sustainability, moderated by my friend Rachel Rizzo, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council in the US. Speakers on the panel, Bridget Motsepe, Chairman and Founder, the Emaku Mining South Africa, Sean de Montfort from Sequoia Climate Foundation, my colleague Janvi Tripathi, Associate Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, Igor Makarov, the head of the School of World Economy, Higher School of Economics in Russia. If I could invite the panelists on stage. If I could get a thumbs up from the production desk, if everything's good, thank you.
All right.
Rachel, over to you.
I think this microphone works, so that's good. We can go ahead and get started. And you've done the hard part of introducing our esteemed panel, so that takes the pressure off of me for that part. But also means we can hop right into the conversation. So you mentioned the title of this panel, Mineral Mavericks, and that's what we're going to talk about today, critical minerals here in Africa, but also what that means for multilateral relationships, but also relationships between the North and the South. So looking at current multilateral trade discussions in Africa, they are increasingly centered around retaining the continent's resource value chain within the borders of Africa. So it holds 30% of the world's mineral deposits, but 70% of those materials are sent to either Europe or Asia for further processing. This actually constitutes 70% of Africa's total exports. But that also means that there's really important conversations that are currently being had about how Africa can capitalize on these new industrial opportunities by processing these raw materials internally, thus transitioning, I think, into a net exporter of refined products. And this also brings in important conversations, like I mentioned before, about multilateralism, about the global North and the global South, about Europe, the United States. And so certainly no shortage of things to discuss today. I wanted to start the conversation, Ambassador Motsepe, with you. I mean, your position, not just as the chairman and founder of one of the largest mining companies here in South Africa, but also as the ambassador for South Africa for the Pan-African Parliament representing 55 nations. You have an interesting view, not just on the key geopolitical and geoeconomic drivers behind this global demand for critical minerals, but also how this has been playing out in both South Africa and amongst African countries. So could you please kick us off by giving us your scene setter on where we are today?
Thank you. Thank you. President Becky spoke this morning, and when he's opening presentation, he spoke about the road he traveled, and then he reminded us about the fact that this country, the place that we are today, is actually the hotel where he came to in 1991 in South Africa. And at that time, South Africa had no black people in mining. I was the only one. I started in 1986 as the first black producer in Africa and the world, to go more than nearly 4,000 meters underground to extract minerals on a contract mining basis, building for the big mining houses. And from there, owning a company like that, started owning mines as I was pursuing. But the issue here is, when you look at the African continent, we at that time had just, after 4 years of 1991, when he first came to this hotel, we then became the new South Africa in 1994. And by so doing, we then were politically liberated and also economically also liberated as a country, but not as a country's people. But when you look at Africa, Africa has been going through political liberation for many years. I was the guest speaker last year as the keynote guest at the mining indaba in DRC. Now, DRC was liberated in 1963. And before I spoke, I said, Minister of Mines and the Chamber of Mines president, how many people in your country own mines? They say no one. I said, what? They said, yes. I said, wait a bit. Are you telling me there's no person in the DRC that owns mines? They said, no. And I said, can I just then, will you allow me not to talk about the topic that I was supposed to talk? Will you allow me to talk about the road we've traveled in the country that I'm from? And then I said, the DRC is very rich with cobalt, lithium, nickel, and all the energy minerals that are so uniquely needed for the world for the world's energy. But also over and above that, we also have nuclear minerals, because you find that uranium creates nuclear. And that's also another critical mineral, because nuclear power is the name of the game. And then you also have phosphate. Phosphate is another very unique mineral, because that's why Africa is saying to Ukraine and Russia, please stop the war. Because if the war continues, the phosphate that comes, that creates fertilizer for the African continent. The phosphate that is extracted from the ground is used for fertilizer, and the poorest of the poor will not be having access to any phosphate, and then the world will continue having the refugees from Africa in Europe. Is that what we want? I don't think so. So what are we going to do? You find that President Trump has said that he's going to stop the war, and he's also said that he doesn't want wars and all that. So, like he said that he was going to build a wall, in America and build the wall, I hope that he will be able to stop the war, so that we stop the war between Russia and Ukraine, so the phosphate can come to Africa, so we can stop the war between Israel and all the other countries, especially Iran. Is Israel the proxy for America to fight Iran with these missiles? And then we're going to maybe have a third world war that might become a war of nuclear war. Maybe, maybe not. So what are we going to do, we the Africans, with our critical minerals? Are we going to continue allowing ourselves just to be the producer of the minerals, exporting the minerals offshore, and making the offshore countries being the owners of the mineralization or creating the end product? Look at what's happening to China. China created a unique manufacturing capacity in their country. And now China has infiltrated Africa in a very unique manner. China is our family in BRICS, and I have no problem with China, because I was also a part of the BRICS Business Forum. And I want to salute President Mbeki. During his leadership, he really made sure that South Africa became a member of BRICS in a very meaningful manner. And I was one of the BRICS Business Forum members representing South African BRICS. Now, what China is doing that is very strategic, they are entering Africa, making sure that in DRC and all the other African countries, they can take control of the strategic minerals. While America was busy fighting with Trump, and the UK was busy fighting with Boris, and then from there, a woman was the prime minister for 3 weeks, and no more there. So I'm just saying, while the Western world is sleeping on the job, China's doing infiltration to Africa in a meaningful manner. But are we saying, are we going to now becoming economically colonized by China? Are we going to allow China to partner with us so that we can allow China to say, fine, we are now the owners of these minerals. Before you can come and have our minerals, come and have your manufacturing plants here. You'll get the mineral cheaper. Not only will you get it cheaper because you're creating the end product in our countries, you'll also be able to export it cheaper, and then we can create a second industry, because we are now only countries that are exporting ore in the raw material form. And now once more, I want to say, I salute you, President Mbeki, because during your time, you inherited South Africa from the new South Africa. From the old South Africa and new South Africa. You had to change the laws of the country as the president. Mandela was very effective as being the rainbow maker and the uniting the country, because we needed that. And changing our brand offshore. He went a lot throughout all the countries, but during the time when President Mandela was going from country to country, promoting the image of South Africa, to allow us not to be sanctioned anymore, because South Africa was sanctioned, President Mbeki was running the country as the deputy president. And then from there he became the president. But what President Mbeki did, he employed the ministers that were going to make sure that if you want a license in South Africa, a license in mining, a license to own a bank, a license to own a manufacturing plant, to manufacture anything, you must make sure that there's a charter and a BBB code. And we in the mining industry started changing the law. And I then created the Junior Mining Chamber because when President Mbeki was the president, 83% of the resources of the world, of our country, belong to 4 companies, Anglo-Val, De Beers, and Goldfields. So it was very necessary for us to nationalize the ownership of the minerals underground, like every country in the world. South Africa was the only country where 4 companies owned 83% of the minerals. So we call it the custodian of the minerals. The state became the custodian of the mineral rights, and whatever this on top of the ground are mining plants, it belongs to the mine. But anything that comes out, you take it out on a lease from the country. Now what has happened? Coupled with that came the laws that says, in the mining industry, make sure that there's broad-based ownership. 5%, not less than 5% to rural communities, not less than 5% to your workers, not less than 20% to the broad-based business. So to date, what I did, we did a research where I then asked mining analysts to have a look at the country to see whether the charter laws have been actually achieved so far. So in 2004 and 2014, the charter had 10 years. So they did a research of 49 listed companies in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. There were more than 49, but we just looked at the JSE. The market cap at that time for those 49 listed companies by 2014, when the charter was implemented in 2004, was 2.574 trillion. And those 49 companies each had a black company that owned at least that time 26%. The market cap was 669 billion. Now, how can the DRC tell me in 2023 that they were liberated in 1963, and by so doing, in 2023, no DRC person owns a mine? They don't have a charter, they don't have a BBB code. And I'm appealing to you, President Mbeki, you and President Obasanjo created the African Union Parliament. It will be very important for us to make sure that the Parliament gets implemented. A lot of the times we had the former Prime Minister from Mali speak about we need to talk, we need to make sure that we stop complaining as Africa. But African Union Parliament, every country, or the 55 countries in Africa, has 5 members representing their country. Some countries have former heads of state, former prime minister. They're not just ordinary people. And that is where these issues can be articulated. That is when we have to have the next workshop with the African Union Parliament of this kind, with the Mbeki Foundation, hopefully, starting it. So that we can say, you and Obasanjo were the catalysts that created the Parliament. How can we pursue a terms of reference? A terms of reference that are going to say, the neocolonialism that we might be encountering through the countries that are strategically very endowed with the manufacturing capacity in their countries, with the money that can come to our countries and make sure that they own the minerals, with us just exporting the minerals offshore, beneficiation must happen in Africa. And by so doing, let us make sure that we unite in the global south and let the Parliament of Africa look at the committees of Parliament and see how we can let our Parliament committee chairs inculcate the BBB codes and the charters to come and have a terms of reference. When you come to the African Union continent and you want to invest, there must be terms of reference of ownership, there must be terms of reference of beneficiation, there must be terms of reference of making sure that the strategic minerals are not going to become just minerals that are just going to be exported and the end product not going to be manufactured, and also, especially, making sure that Africa can pursue its individualistic growth by not being new colonized, because economic, political colonization is all conquered, but we run into the risk of being neo-colonialized. Economic colonization must not happen. The Francophone countries that are still paying royalties to France, are they? And why are they? African Union, why are we not talking about that in the African Union Parliament? Why should the French countries still pay royalties to France? Those countries that have been colonized. Those are the things that we must unpack. And then we spoke also in BRICS about the dollarization and the SWIFT. Is the dollar still going to be the denomination currency of the world, or what are we going to look into? And the rating companies, are we still going to continue being rated by other countries? So these are the things that I think, President Mbeki, we should also bring to the African Union Parliament. And I'm asking you, can we have then the next session in partnership with the African Union Parliament so that we can pursue what we are saying today? Let us talk, let countries talk. We can talk in one room, 55 countries in the Palm of Africa. They go back to their countries, they tell the ministers and the presidents what to do and what not to do.
Thank you so
and
much,
thank
Ambassador.
you very much for bringing me here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sean, I wanted to hop to you next because the ambassador made some excellent points that I think that we can build on. Looking at your position at the Sequoia Foundation, you've written about and have talked about green industrialization in some of the world's major economies and how that impacts demands for critical minerals. Can you talk a little bit about that and then sort of bring it south a little bit and talk about how Africa can position itself to benefit from this trend that we're seeing in major developed economies?
Yeah, thanks so much, Rachel, and thanks to ORF for having me here today. Maybe just a quick 30 seconds on Sequoia Climate Foundation. So we're a US-based climate philanthropy with climate mitigation as our North Star. We fund think tanks, academic institutions, broader civil society actors on those topics, mostly on policy and regulation. We have no affiliation with Sequoia Capital, as I always like to say. I sit in our finance, economics, and trade team, where we've been focused on using this green industrialization sort of priority across many of the world's major economies as a mechanism to drive more capital and more investment into emerging markets and developing economies. We've seen delays, political challenges with the COP process around finance and other multilateral mechanisms to drive finance into emerging markets and developing economies. And I think there's a real opportunity now, given the importance of supply chains and critical minerals, to use that to incentivize and drive more financing from the US, from Europe, from Asia, and so on into resource-based economies. And this is driven by energy security, economic competitiveness, and defense priorities that cut across many political divides we see in the US and Europe and elsewhere. And as a climate organization, it's been very exciting for us to observe this trend and the focus on public subsidies and tax incentives going into clean technologies. And overall, I think this is going to drive increased competition in terms of clean tech production, providers of capital to countries that are well endowed in terms of critical minerals, and scale the overall supply of clean products and increased diversification, all of which I think are net public goods. But outside of China, it's been pretty slow in terms of major economies providing this investment into Africa and countries with a lot of critical minerals. And we need to deploy sort of newer, deeper, more catalytic financing arrangements that meet the sort of political needs, I guess, of some of the richer countries with the demands in Africa. And what we've seen is some efforts by the G7 through the JETPs, through the Climate Club, through PGII. They're well-intentioned initiatives, but they've not necessarily translated into financing on the ground. And so I think we need to rethink in terms of what are the right ways of getting, not necessarily going into these governance-heavy processes with a very broad scope and that don't necessarily focus on the actual financing on the ground. Over the last 20 years, we've seen Chinese investment into Africa go up fourfold. U.S. investment into Africa's gone up 4 times as less as Chinese investment into Africa. And we are seeing some promising signs. We've got the Mineral Security Partnership, the Quad, AUKUS, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and so on, that are much more targeted and narrowly defined initiatives that are bringing DFIs, export credit agencies, actual providers of public finance into the room. And so it's not just a kind of politicized conversation, as well as countries like Congo, Zambia, Namibia, as equal players around the table. President Biden is visiting Angola next week, I know, to engage with the work on the Lobito corridor and the progress there. So I think overall we can expect more competition around demand for critical minerals, which is a net positive for Africa, the ability to negotiate with multiple players, play them off against each other and really negotiate a better deal, whether that's China, India, Gulf states, the G7 or whoever else. And I think hopefully that can counter some of the debt distress problems we've seen in Zambia and elsewhere, and learn some lessons from that. So maybe I can just conclude with five quick areas of focus. First, learning the lessons of the past. Why have some of these political grand strategies not necessarily delivered financing on the ground? I mentioned a few earlier. We need to avoid the temptation of just recreating new initiatives, new frameworks, and so on, and focus on actual mechanisms to move money on the ground. Second, spelling out what it would take for resource-based economies in Africa to move up the value chain. What are the needs in terms of enabling policy and kind of specific financing arrangements for that, building on the excellent work of the African Export-Import Bank, the free trade agreement within Africa, and the AU's new green minerals strategy. We've seen promising signs in Morocco with its work on processing battery minerals, and hopefully that can be replicated elsewhere. Thirdly, getting advanced, some of the major economies to be much more effective at pushing their export credit agencies, pushing their development finance institutions to really focus on critical minerals as an area of focus. We've seen some talk around this, but it's the proportion of financing that's going into this area is still relatively low, and I think governments, across the G7 and beyond, should be focusing much more on that. Fourth, thinking about how we pool subsidies and investments, whether it's the IRA in the US or the European Green Deal or the Japanese Green Industrial Transformation Plan, allowing partner countries to access those where they are participating in the supply chain. Morocco's benefited from that because it has a free trade agreement with the US, but other countries should have easier access to that as well. And lastly, I think crowding in more capital from the Gulf states like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Oman, given their deep pools of patient capital and existing access and entry into Africa.
All right, thanks, Sean. Professor Makarov, I want to bring you into the conversation. We were talking a little bit earlier about the experience that Russia has transferring itself sort of from a processor of critical minerals outside of the country to inside the country. And that's something that specific countries here are struggling with or are working toward. And so I wanted you to sort of come in with the experience that Russia has on this specific topic and maybe lessons learned that could be applied for other countries that are working towards this exact same outcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm really glad to be a participant of this wonderful forum. Actually, critical metals and minerals are sometimes considered as the new oil. So the demand for it is increasing and it will increase in the future. So for the last 5 years, the demand for critical metals doubled. And by the end of the decade, it will double once again. The concentration of deposits is very high. It is actually much higher than for oil. And it is moreover higher than for oil in times when the OPEC was established. And geopolitical considerations, of course, they play an important role in making decisions about where and how value chains and trade flows are directed. So really, there are a lot of common features between critical metals today and oil in the 20th century. So I came from the country which is rich in old oil. And as long as I remember myself, I remember the discussions in Russia about how to make this shift from just extraction and exporting of oil and other fossil fuels to producing something with more value added. And this is the same type of discussion Africa has now. We had a lot of failures, we had some success, but actually I think that the major lesson that may be derived from the Russian experience is that the new industrialization, it can't be made ad hoc. It can't be made based on separate projects which are isolated from each other. So for this new industrialization, the number of elements should be linked to each other. First, it is elimination of trade barriers, of course, and it is a great step forward for Africa that African continental free trade area was established, which solved, at least to the large extent, solved this problem of trade barriers. It is infrastructure, of course, in order to connect various elements of value chains. It is linking goods to local demand. Industrialization can't be based only on exports. It should be always rooted to the local demand as well. So we have an example of this project between Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia about the development of a hub for battery production. And it is a good example of how it can be linked to the local demand, because the batteries are suggested to be produced for 2- and 3-wheeled electric vehicles, which are popular already in Africa and maybe even more popular in future. The fourth element is regional coordination. It is not a matter of one country only. It is a matter of regional cooperation between different countries, and this cooperation and coordination is absolutely necessary. Then, number 5, it is access to finance. So it is a question which I may discuss for the next 15 minutes, which I do not have. But still, of course, it is one of the major issues, and it was discussed during this conference many times. And the last, the sixth element, last but not least, it is industrial policy. Local content requirements, some export restrictions, which are already used by many countries in the world, including some African countries related to critical minerals. The major trap here is that there is always a temptation to start with the last element. And it is what was done in some areas and in some periods of time in Russia as well. It doesn't work like that. So it is like a supplementary measure. It is something which should strengthen other 5 elements, or probably even more, which I did not mention. But it can't be used just as a single solution, as a silver bullet. We may have an example of Indonesia, for example, which was quite successful for the last years in moving forward along the value chain from extraction of nickel to producing batteries, for example. And yes, Indonesia has some export restrictions, and they evolve in time, but these export restrictions, they appeared only when other elements have been built, and only in this case they played its own role. As for Russian companies, of course, Russian companies also participate in this race for critical metals, which was mentioned by Sean. And Russian companies invest in Africa as well, in platinum, uranium, in copper, in bauxites, and in many other types of natural resources. What is usually considered as the competitive advantage by Russian companies, at least how they show it. So it is reliance on the one hand on this Russian experience, which is very painful and which is very, I think, lesson given to the others. And this experience, not so many countries in the world has such experience of struggling with resource curves. And on the other hand, it is of course the reliance on the very rich history of relations between the Soviet Union and Soviet Union with African countries, which also was based on the holistic approach, which included not just taking resources and exploiting the resources of the African continent, but also training, but also exchanging knowledge, but also social assistance and many other things. So what Russian companies try to do now is to re-enter this market based on this history and based on these lessons that may be derived from the past. And of course, we all hope that with participation of foreign companies, not only from Russia, of course, but from China, from Western countries, Africa may become a part of this green industrialization, and not as the provider of just raw materials, but as the full-scale participant, which may deliver and develop its own complicated value chains. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we turn to the audience, we're gonna, John B., I'm gonna come to you, but for the audience, we'll have a few minutes at the end for questions. So get those ready now. I think there's microphones on either side of the room here. So you can go ahead and stand at the microphone so that I can turn right to you as we get to Q&A. But first, I want to come to you because we've talked a lot about the geopolitics of this, the growth of demand for critical raw materials. This is also happening at a time, at a tech boom. And I don't think that you can separate the two. And you've done some work on the tech aspect of this. So can you kind of talk about the tech aspect of that and bring that into the conversation a little bit? Because I think it's a really interesting way to wrap this all together.
Thank you. So, you know, when we start discussing critical minerals in the tech space or in green technologies, digital technologies, the first law that you need to read is Moore's Law. That the Moore's Law, where the demand for chips increases double every 2 years. So when the demand for chips is increasing, obviously the demand for critical minerals is increasing about 10 times that. For every chip produced, you need 10 times that of the critical minerals involved in the production of that, right? So, and also you can't keep mining forever because Econ 101 resources are limited. So we can't, and there's also the added externality of the sustainability and environmental impact of mining. And we can keep trying to be sustainable when it comes to mining practices, but there is a limitation to that. It is one of the most extractive sectors of the economy, and it has long-term impact for our green futures. So the irony, of course, which we were discussing earlier, is that our green futures are dependent on one of the most polluting sectors of the economy, which is mining. So an area of work that we have really started, we really need to focus more on and research more on is how the circular economy will play into this, and how e-waste, for instance, and e-waste materials can be used to re-extract the critical minerals that have gone into the production of like an old iPad, which we've not thrown away, right? Japan has had some great successes with this. South Korea has some good success with this. I think the most pop culture example is of the Japanese gold medals from their Olympics being extracted from cell phones, from old cell phones. So things like that, if you can do it for cell phones, you can probably reuse it enough to make your next photovoltaic cell, right? But I'm very conscious of the time. So those are the 3 points I wanted to make, that, you know, mining remains an extractive industry. We need to find alternatives to mining to secure supply chains, and e-waste is one of those ways we can do it.
Super interesting. Thank you so much. So I see that there are a couple questions. So if you could go ahead and introduce yourself and preferably make the question short because we don't have that much time left. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Cynthia. I'm from the United States. And thinking about the most vulnerable groups in the climate crisis, a lot of them are indigenous, and simultaneously a lot of critical minerals are located on indigenous land. So I'm curious to hear if you can talk about the equity piece of this as you approach the extraction of minerals that may come from indigenous lands and the inclusion of indigenous voices in this process.
Thank you so much. Is there someone that you wanted specifically for that question?
Anybody who has insights.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we'll hold that, and then I think there's one more, and then we might just answer these two all at once. You can kind of pick what you'd like to answer. So, sir, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. My question is to, in particular, Bridget Motsepe, because part of this extraction happens through illegal mining, which benefits largely multinational companies that are, based in the global north. And there's ample literature that has been written about the involvement of these multinational companies in facilitating illegal mining and the illicit financial flows that flow out of the host countries. So how do you envisage that the Global South should build institutions that are able to hold these big players in particular illegal mining, because it also happens at the exploitation of the indigenous people? And then secondly, how should we effectively combat illicit financial flows that flow particularly from the mining industry? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ambassador, I'll give you 1 second if you want. Does anyone want to answer the question about the indigenous land, indigenous populations? John, go ahead.
So that's an interesting question, right? Because the thing with any resource that is present, the resource curse was mentioned earlier, is about how much of the value is going back to society, how much of the value is going back to the people who technically own these resources. So the interesting thing now is that the UN has guiding principles on resource extraction and specifically for the energy transition. So it's up to countries now to adapt those principles and to deliver on those principles. But again, like I said, mining remains extractive, and you're really never going to solve that problem of resource extraction and returning value to society as much as it deserves.
Does anyone want to add anything to those thoughts? Okay. Ambassador, I'll turn it over to you.
I'm very happy you spoke about the illegal miners, because that's the problem. These illegal miners are very experienced mining people. They've got a lot of expertise that might not be sophisticated, but it's very artisanal. And some of them come from the mines itself, and they were learner miners or they were doing mining work. But the issue here is, we shouldn't have allowed the illegal mining syndrome to continue thus far. And unfortunately, we're just waking up too late. However, what we should do, we can turn them into small-scale miners. And by so doing, we are under an obligation in the mining industry to put a percentage of our income into expertise and or transfer skills and all that. So what we need to do is to have, and I'm now talking about South Africa, that money can then be used by the mining company that's supposed to do rehabilitation. Also, before you build a mine, you have to put a rehabilitation fund aside, and you have to make sure that money is put aside so you can go and rehabilitate. Now, we have embraced the country. We inherit a country where some of the mining companies, especially the big mining companies, might not have rehabilitated properly, but right now, with the country's laws, you have to have a rehabilitation fund. And now, some of that money should actually be used not just by making sure that the police have enough tax money from us to make sure that legal people become legalized. Some of them that are too illegal go to jail, but must also train them. And then maybe create small-scale mining opportunities for them. And this is one thing that I'm talking to the Portfolio Committee of Mines, and I'm also talking to the Chamber of Mines about. Let us see how we, the mining industry, can assist. And there's also something called social and labor plan. When we have, before you build a mine, you've got to talk to the local municipality, provincial municipality, and the national government. And then you say, this is my 5-year projection, and this is my mining plan and bankable feasibility study. This is the mine that I want to create. And by so doing, this is what I'm going to create in terms of social and labor plan. And this is an amount of money that I'm going to put aside. Now, that is the money that we can put instead of just the municipality telling you we want roads, and then the mining companies also contribute towards making sure that some of the money that they give for social responsibility, it can then go in partnership with the municipality, and also the 5% that is given by the rural communities, it doesn't go to the chiefs. That 5% that is encumbered in our mining law says not less than 5% shares, dividends must go to rural communities. In one of my mines that I own, we just paid this year to 7 communities that own 7% instead of 5%, 283 million rands dividends. Every year they get money. And some of that money go into building their own roads, their own clinics, their own schools. They don't just wait for government. So I'm saying to them, with the money that also goes not less than 5% to the workers, my workers in one of the mines that I own got 183 million dividends. And some of that money must also go to the encompassing the legal miners so that they can then come and become legalized. So these are the things that we're trying to do to assist with the problems. Illicit capital and transfer pricing. I'm actually the one that went to Parliament a few years ago, and I said to the Portfolio Committee, help me. Every year I get dividends from a partner of mine, and I can't say who the partner is, because the partner will sue me. I had written confidentiality. Then I said, but the minister, you are there. You can ask me privately who the partner is, and I'll tell you. Then you can come back to Parliament and tell who the partner is. I can't. Anyway, every time I get my dividends, I send them back. Why? Because the dividends had taxation money in. And I'm not going to pay, I'm not going to take the dividends that are not allowing the government to us to tax, to pay the tax. And what happens? This partner of mine would then have a marketing company that's offshore listed, and they sell the production from our mine to themselves, and for maybe $1,000 per ton, and then they sell it offshore for the $3,000 per ton. Then they come back to South Africa, and the taxman is told, SARS, South African Revenue Services, is told I can't pay tax because my cash flow projection shows a deficit income, and because there's no income, there's no profit. And because there's no profit, there's no tax. They're not saying they are downscaling the share, the price of the commodity to $1,000. Actually, it should have been $3,000. So if they already automatically transferred the commodity from South Africa straight offshore, they would get the 3,000 and bring it off, and they'll show the 3,000 profit, 2,000 profit out of the 1,000 cost of production. You have 2,000 profit of the 3,000, and then you pay tax. And then I said, please do something about it. And then, of course, in that meeting, some of the political people didn't understand, portfolio committees didn't understand what I was talking about. Then they said, no, but you are doing it. I said, Anglo Gold Ashanti is not, because they're primarily in South Africa. Impala Platinum is not, because they're primarily in South Africa. SAPI is not. I sit on the board of SAPI with Mayor Bloomberg's advisor, and Heathrow chairperson also sits on the board, and SAPI, the primary license in South Africa. So I said, if you have a primary license in South Africa, you cannot do that because it's negligible even if you do, but you cannot because you are selling, everything happens here, and you don't have an offshore company where you sell to yourself, you know. And then what happened is that I'm very happy that Judge Dennis Davis Commission was created by the Minister of Finance, and President Becky is actually also went further than South Africa to the African Union, and he's actually the chairperson of illicit capital and transfer pricing for African Union, for the African Union continent. Now, the way forward, we should make sure that even if you mine in the country or you do any business in the country beyond mining, pay tax. Because the government needs the tax to be able to make sure that it invests in all the sectors of the economy and the sectors of the country. Make sure that the illegal miners that are there, to answer your question, become useful. You know, beyond just putting them in jail, let's make them useful. Let's make sure that because they already have the skills to mine, let's capture their skills. Let's make sure that we fund them, and let's make sure that we put them as broad-based business in terms of the business laws that we have. Not less than 30% must be owned by black people. Let some of those illegal miners also become shareholders in the mining operation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you so much to all the panelists and, of course, the moderator as well. If I could just request you to come to the top of the stage for a quick photograph. Our next segment would be reworking ratings, tackling credit bias in the global south. I think this is something that we've been discussing for a number of years now, how credit rating agencies come up with their own metrics to determine how worthy a particular nation is or is not. And we'll have a presentation by Mr. Mehul Pandya, Managing Director and Group Chief Executive Officer of CareEdge Ratings in India, who have developed their own architecture for credit ratings, a credit rating mechanism that has emerged from the global south and will give credit ratings to countries around the world. So, Mr. Pandya, if I could invite you on the podium to give your talk, please. Thank you.
President Mbeki, the leadership and organizing team of ORF and Thabo Mbeki Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Let me just first start by expressing my gratitude to ORF and Thabo Mbeki Foundation for giving me this opportunity. Sovereign credit ratings are more than just a manifestation of a country's credit risk. In fact, they move on beyond that in terms of their influence on the international community, influencing the investment decisions, the capital flows, and the economic policies. As Walter Wriston, the former CEO of Citibank, had once said, capital goes where it is welcome, and it stays where it is well treated. In a lighter vein, I would also say that in fact capital goes from where it gets repaid, and also repaid with some interest. But the key aspect is that the role of ratings in the economic development of any continent, any country, cannot be overemphasized. Colonialism, in its traditional terms, may have ended in most part of the world. But when it comes to the ratings of the emerging economies, there are growing concerns in terms of perceived biases. The thing is, imagine a country brimming with potential, a young dynamic workforce, growing industries, but it faces significantly high borrowing costs. And just because the rating is in the some investment grade, or for that matter, not up to the mark as far as the investors' expectations could be. So from that angle, ratings have become, if I were to put it very responsibly, it is the access to the lifeblood of the economic growth, and which is capital. Yet for the countries in the global south, these ratings are often mirrored in terms of certain perceptions and hiding behind subjective parameters. My thesis today is very simple yet profound, and that is addressing the credit bias and ensuring that there is an equitable global capital development. Ratings are like the report cards of the countries. It influences their ability to borrow and to invest. But from that angle, it gets manifested in more ways than one as far as the economic and the social development in any country is concerned. The World Bank emphasizes that it is not just these absolute sovereign ratings which are critical, but it is also how a country fares vis-a-vis its peer countries. So that means in relative terms also the ratings are very important. Especially in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, this aspect has become increasingly important. So the point is, not only are the global push factors important, but it is also a country-specific pull factor in relation to its peer countries, which determines the capital flow. A recent study by UNDP found that the African countries could have saved almost up to $74 billion if credit ratings were based on less subjective criteria. This amount could have been redirected towards the critical investments in human capital, infrastructure, and economic resilience. This not only amplifies the cost of borrowing, but locks these nations out of the global capital markets altogether. The consequences of this system extend far beyond the financial realm and create a vicious cycle in the form of stifled development, disproportionate penalties for external shocks, and reduced global investment. The consequences of this go beyond economics. They impact the social stability, even the sovereignty, and the hopes of millions who are striving for a better future. A very important element of this analysis is also that as we move down the rating scale from investment grade to the sub-investment grade, and especially in the sub-investment grades, where most of the African countries they find themselves, the African sovereign debt issues, they have found to be having higher spreads, even as compared to similar rated countries elsewhere. And there are two aspects to it. One is not only is the spread higher, but also the tenor of the sovereign debt is shorter. This creates a possible increased credit risk for them. And this is in stark contrast to the corporate debt issuances from these countries. So what it gets reflected is that the global investors potentially could be putting the corporate investors at a slightly higher pedestal even as compared to the sovereigns themselves. There is a need because of this for reworking the system. At CareEdge, we have recently entered the sovereign rating space with a pedigree of more than 3 decades in India as a domestic rating agency. We recently launched our global scale ratings. We are also poised to start our operations in South Africa. We already have a base in Mauritius. In South Africa, we have got the license. And the 39 economies that we have rated manifest the key aspects of a differentiated assessment. Our approach, it moves away from the traditional ones by addressing on the following aspects. The first is objective analysis with a greater weightage which has been given to the quantitative parameters which can be better understood, because we firmly believe that not only the assessor, but the assessee should also know how the assessment is being done. So we have given greater weightage on these aspects. There is a transparent scoring mechanism which we have put in the public domain so that the assessors and the assessees, both of them, they should be knowing how the weightages are being arrived at. And it reflects the much needed standards of evaluation where the changes have been made, including we factor in the investment needs of the emerging economies in the form of the gross fixed capital formation as a percentage of GDP. We have factored in very explicitly the sustainability parameters. We have factored in the extent of domestic funding by these countries and the past track record of tackling black swan events, just like we had the COVID pandemic. So by eliminating unnecessary subjectivity and the systemic biases, we have aimed to create a level playing field. And when we released the outcomes of the 39 economies, there is more than 50% divergence as against the rating agencies based out of West. And mind well, these divergences are both on the positive as well as the negative side. It's not as if all the ratings are higher. They are on the lower side also. And what we have seen after that is that, consequent to these ratings being in the public domain, we have seen certain actions coming from these rating agencies which are directionally aligned to our rating, and we welcome that. So from that angle, as far as the African countries are concerned, I present few points which could be considered. The first and the foremost thing is that there should be a regional rating scale. We have signed an MOU with the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is an organ of the African Union, for establishment of a pan-African credit rating agency, which should be the first of its kind initiative globally. This shall ensure that there is a more spread out distribution of the ratings, especially on the lower side, in stark contrast to the significant bunching which is seen currently. The second aspect is a robust domestic coverage of the ratings, which provides better understanding of the various credits within a country so that informed decision-making as far as the global capital flow in that country can happen. The third is improvement in data quality and the frequency of publishing this data, This is extremely important. The next is a very proactive communication with the stakeholders and the rating agencies. There should be a single point of contact in each country to deal with the rating agencies. There should be unified responses from the monetary and the fiscal decision makers, and reaching out to the investors, the rating agencies, and the lenders in the form of a unified dissemination. The next aspect is in terms of enhancing the rigor and the quality of the inter-African regulations. And the last is investing the borrowed funds for the intended purposes only. This is where rating agencies, they tend to focus. And I strongly urge the convergence of the thought processes. This is something which I presented last month in the 9th meeting of the experts of ratings convened by the APRM as a part of AU in Cairo. And there was a lot of convergence on these thought processes. So the point of action, we are proud at CareEdge to lead this change, championing a future where ratings are going to be the instruments of empowerment and not barriers to progress. But this step taken by CareEdge is just the beginning. As we rework the ratings, let us remember, fair ratings are not merely numbers. They are tools to unlock opportunities. They are tools to enable the growth and improve the lives. Together, we can build a world where credit empowers rather than excludes. Let us work together to rewrite these rules and narrative of the global development. To close, I would like to quote our Prime Minister Modi. The world is interconnected, and progress for one is progress for all. I wish ORF and Thabo Mbeki Foundation greater success in the years to come, and once again thank them for this opportunity given to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pandya, and I would recommend everyone try and catch him over dinner. The rating mechanism that they've developed is really quite interesting. I've had a look at it myself. Do catch up with him over dinner. While the stage is being set up, just a quick housekeeping announcement for those of you who weren't here with us earlier. Please do check out the travel desk for your airport transfers day after. They do have your flight details. Please do check in with them. Tick mark against your name so that everything is sorted on the 29th. The next up, we'll have a session on the state of digitization. We will first have a presentation by Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and Chief Executive of the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. And we will then have a panel discussion where Mr. Mishra will moderate a conversation with Marie-Lou Papazian, who's the Chief Executive Officer of TUMO in Armenia, and Del Titus Buwaho, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Web3 Africa Group from Ghana. Is the stage ready? If I could now invite Dr. Deepak Mishra to make the presentation. So.
Can I get a mic to speak, like stand up, or do I have to stick to this place?
I think the podium would be best.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deepak Mishra, and thanks to ORF for organizing the session. We are really delighted to be part of this show. Let me begin by saying, if I tell you everything you learned about digitalization is wrong, or if not everything, a lot of it that you learned about digitalization is wrong, would you believe me? I'm going to prove to you today through this 10 minutes talk that the way we measure digitalization, and digitalization is about using digital technologies for everyday use in our life, the way we measure digitalization is all wrong. And we need to think of, especially when you look from a global south perspective. And that's what we're going to do today. Can I start the presentation, guys? Okay. So I'll take you back to the India G20 summit. So when the India G20 events were happening, what the government did was, when the foreign delegates would come to India, they facilitated a way for them to download a digital payment app called UPI, Unified Payment Interface, so that the foreign delegates don't have to use cash to do their transaction. They can go, use the mobile phone, open the app, and make those payments. It was a big hit. A lot of foreign delegates used it. The Indian newspapers and TV channels put out those pictures showing how the foreign delegates were so impressed. But many Indians wondered, why are they so impressed? This is a technology that's being used by 330 million Indians. It's part of everyday's life. Why is it such an impressive thing for especially people who come from richer countries who should have seen this kind of technology? And that's because the average Indian has seen the rapid progress of digitalization over the last 20 years, and especially post-COVID period. So today, India is the second largest mobile subscriber in the world, number 3 in terms of data usage, number 1 in terms of speed of 5G deployment, of course from a very low base, number 2 in terms of digital identity, number 1 in terms of volume of UPI transaction, not the value, but just the sheer volume of the transaction, and so on and so forth, home to the third largest number of unicorns in the world. And the picture that you show is how it's happening. A lot of it is happening through what we call digital public infrastructure. So these are the ports and the roads and the infrastructure of the digital age. And there is a DPI for everything you go in India, from agriculture to education to health to finance. And the picture that shows you the size of the rectangle is the number of subscribers. So the larger is the rectangle size, more people are using it. And the growth rate between 2022 and 23 has been pretty high, in some cases growing at 20, 30, 40% over the year. So this is from a high base of 200, 300, or 1 billion people using it, and on top of it, much higher growth. So Indians have started to get used to this very fast pace of digitalization. So they're clearly very surprised as to why are people thinking about things that they are using in their everyday life, and surprised about it. If you dig a little deeper into this, you realize that a lot of the perception about digitalization comes from some very credible source of how digitalization is measured. And I'm going to cite you 3 of those sources. The left one is the United Nations ranking of digitalization. The middle one is World Economic Forum. And the one on the right is the one from ITU, International Telecommunication Union. If you look at those pictures, and the y-axis is the ranking or the score on the digitalization, the x-axis is the per capita income. You see this very strong positive upward sloping lines, which basically means the richer you are, the more digitalized you are. So India is a country with $3,000 per capita income, or even less than that. So clearly you would not expect anything great happening in a relatively poor country. But this is happening primarily because while digital technologies have made dramatic progress, the way we measure digitalization has barely changed in the last 30 years. So what we do is we go and propose and think about what are the real limitations of the current indices on global, which are measuring digitalization. So there are 3 big limitations of those indices. The first is that many of those index measures a very narrow notion of what is digitalization. This is what, so those of you who are of my age or older than me would remember in the 1990s when internet and digital technology started to proliferate in the north. This was happening largely through fixed broadband. And this was, most people access it through a laptop or a desktop. And that was the way you connect everywhere to internet. Today, if you go to a country in global south, it's mostly the mobile that people get to internet through a mobile phone or a smartphone. They do not have the same style, the pace, and the nature of digitalization has become very different. In my country, in India, where millions of people do not have a smartphone and do not have access to internet and reliable internet, could still use and get the benefit of digital technology through fiscal transfer without many of the things. So they're not really connected in the way we think about connected, but they are getting the benefits of it. So if you're really wanting to think about what digitalization is, you've got to measure the entire spectrum of digitalization, which is what we do. We propose a framework called CHIPS. C is for connect. How do you connect these billions of people, the government agencies, and the businesses to the internet at an affordable price and make it universally accessible? Second is, once you connect people, what do you do with them? How do you harness those technology for generating growth, creating jobs, improving service delivery. The third is innovation. How are you pushing your digital economy to become innovative over time? Fourth, protection, very important. How are you protecting your citizens, your businesses from cybersecurity, loss of privacy, and all sorts of downside risks from digitalization? Fifth, sustainability. How green is your digital economy? So we expand the whole concept of what digitalization means to today's time compared to a lot of the global indexes which were created in 1990, 2001, 2003, and haven't had the privilege and the hindsight of thinking of a full spectrum. The second big limitation that you correct here is that many of the global indices look at digitalization at the level of user, but they miss out completely the network effect. To give you an example, India has 900 million internet users. Fiji has 0.9 million. But if you look at it as a percentage of population, India has 60% population on the internet and Fiji has 70%. So in the global indicators, Fiji would get a higher score. Fiji will be considered more digitalized than India just because they have a larger percentage of population who are internet, even if the population is tiny. And we think you need to do both. You need to look at what is the size of the economy, a digital economy, as well as the user experience. So what we do is we create two indices, one for the economy and one for the user. Think of GDP versus GDP per capita. Today, if you want to reconstruct G20, so today G20 countries are based on the GDP of the economy. The larger the size of the GDP, the more likelihood that you are in the part of the G20. If you go back and create G20 based on per capita income, which countries would be part of it? It will be most likely Bahrain or Qatar, or some of the very wealthier countries could be tiny, but per capita income. So it will be a very different concept of what is per capita versus what is GDP. We do both to see how it changes the picture. The third point that the global indices miss out is they suffer from something we call the double counting. They measure both the output and the inputs. And that makes it, for the poor countries who have low internet penetration, as well as poor infrastructure, it gets counted twice. So you actually get a double penalty. We correct for that. So once you do that, what happens? So we take these 5 pillars. Each pillar has a bunch of sub-pillars. So connectivity has 3 sub-pillars called access, quality, and affordability. So you want to see how accessible is your internet, what's the quality of the internet, the download speed, how affordable is the internet. So behind each sub-pillar, there are a bunch of indicators. So you end up with 50 indicators. And you can see the 5 pillars, they're all there. 50 might look like a large number. It's actually pretty parsimonious compared to some of the other global indices who use both input and output. So the World Economic Forum will actually produce a number which is based on perhaps 300 indicators. So it's not actually a very large model. It's only 50 indicators, 16 sub-pillars, 5 pillars. And when I said the way we correct for the GDP and per capita GDP is we create 2 indicators, one called CHIPS economy, one we call CHIPS user. So the economy is the equivalent of the GDP. What's the total aggregate size of your digital economy? User is what's the average experience of the digital user. Both are important. And you got to look at both and not just one of it. And this just shows you some of the technical details which I'm going to pass over. So once you do that, what do you find? You find dramatically different results. So India, which was ranked pretty much at the bottom of the percentile when you look at some of the global indicators, turns out to be the 3rd most digitalized country in the world, or at least among the G20, and 12th most in terms of the average user. That's a pretty dramatic increase from the rest of the world. Sorry, I haven't shown you the picture. So that's the ranking. So you get US, China, India, followed by many countries. And when it comes to average, so the way to look at it is the left picture is the equivalent of the GDP or the CHIPS aggregate. The right side, the chip per user, which is what the traditional measures of global indices will show you. And there's a very big difference. But you might think, is this a report that was prepared by a bunch of Indians sitting in Delhi trying to promote the India case? What I'm going to show you, this is a story of all or most countries in the global south. So clearly this is not an India story. This is a global story, or a global South story. So if you look at China, by per capita user basis, they would have been ranked 6th. At aggregate level, they will be ranked 2. India ranks increased by 8. Indonesia, and I know there are a couple of delegates from Indonesia, that's the biggest beneficiary of the new alternative you're looking at. Their rank goes up by 11, from bottom of the pile to 8th. South Africa gains 1 point in ranking, Brazil gets 1 point in ranking, Mexico increases. So pretty much all global South large economies gain at the cost of the global North. So this is a very different way of measuring digitalization than what you have ever seen or studied and read in newspaper and magazine. If I look at, and I kind of unbox the chips to different pillars, you can see how the scores are adding up. South Africa does pretty well in Connect, not so bad in Harness, pretty low on innovation, and when we have the Q&A and the panel session, we'll discuss a little bit why a lot of the countries in Global South fall behind on that. I look at Indonesia. Indonesia does pretty well in terms of protect and sustainability. It does pretty well in Harness. In fact, Indonesia does better than South Korea, Canada, Mexico, Italy. South Africa does better than Saudi Arabia. So there's a lot of different changes that happens once you start looking at the full spectrum of digitalization. But I want you to take away 2 messages. First is, there is no global conspiracy against Global South to hold this thing. So this is not that someone consciously aware about what should have been done. This is more intellectual inertia. People who are doing these indices haven't really thought, haven't spent enough time thinking about how digitalization is spreading in Global South. And second important point is, while at an aggregate level, that's a picture, the one that I showed you before, the developing countries are doing well, but at a average user level, there's still a long way to go. So you can see a lot of the countries, once you start to look at the average user, we are still falling behind quite a bit. So there's a reason to look at both, and you can't be looking at one. So let me conclude by saying that ranking of countries in Global South will significantly improve if the full scope and spectrum of digitalization is taken into account. And that's because, first point, digitalization has made dramatic progress over the last 2 to 3 decades, but the way we are measuring digitalization hasn't changed, and we really need to look at this. Using a new approach, and dare I say a better approach, of connect, harness, innovate, protect, and sustain, the CHIPS framework that I put forward, will lead to a very different outcome. For a country like India, we'll come out as the 3rd most digitalized country in the world and 12th most digitalized at the average user level among the G20 countries. But this is not an India story. This is a story of the Global South. Most large countries in Global South are likely to see much higher level of digitalization if you do not use the traditional but use the more alternate method of measuring digitalization. So what's my message to the global organization who are preparing global indices? They should provide both the measures, the aggregate and the average user, to obtain a complete picture of countries' digitalization. Otherwise, you're providing an incomplete, false, and sometimes incorrect information about how the world is digitalizing. Thank you for your attention. Okay. So, you want to announce?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. If I could now invite Marie-Lou Papazian, the Chief Executive Officer of Tumor Technologies from Armenia, and if I could also invite Deltaitis Bavua, the Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Web3 Africa Group from Ghana.
Thank you. So I had the dubious role of making a presentation and then being a moderator of the session. So I think we've already been introduced to our 2 panelists. The third panelist who is missing was from MTN, and we were thinking of actually assigning them 3 parts of the pillar, of the chips pillar that you thought. The colleague from MTN would have talked about connectivity, Mary Lou would have talked about harness,
and Del Titus would have talked about innovation, but we'll get to that. But I just wanted to start by saying that we have this fabulous set of two speakers here with very diverse and interesting experience. And I'll start off by just telling them how they are, in terms of their professional work they're doing, and how that relates to a lot of the things we just talked about. That there is so a lot of developing countries have gone beyond connect. So even if there's still small percentage of people who are not connected, but there's a large percentage, majority of people in developing countries are now on the internet, and they are using internet in a very exciting way. And two of our speakers here have lived in experience of promoting those. So I'll request first to start with Mary Lou in terms of what her company is doing to get students and young adults to become more creative using digital technology. So can I start with you, please?
Thank you. Can I have the picture? Yeah. Hopefully we'll have a glimpse to TUMO in Armenia. So I'm Mary Lou Papazyan. I'm the founding CEO of the TUMO Center for Creative Technologies. Some years ago, in 2011, we opened the doors. We opened the doors of this center, imagining some 1,000 students will come, and we are now up to 15,000 in Yerevan, and we have opened other centers in Armenia, and we're expanding internationally. What we do is very simple. We focus on teenagers. This is an after-school program free of charge, where the students are in charge of their own learning plan. We teach skills in 14 different areas, ranging from coding to animation to game development to creative writing, music, photography, film. But the most important is, yes, we teach skills, we teach Python, we teach Photoshop, but that's only a mean, not the goal. For us, it's very important to teach the soft skills and to foster on the digital literacy and the AI literacy. So we're now adding a skill area in AI, infusing AI in every of our skill areas, so our teenagers will be ready for the future, and they will be ready to embrace and adapt to everything that is already happening very fast. So my point is, focusing on teenagers is very important. Yes, we can measure the digital divide, or we can measure the digitalization of a country, but maybe it is very important also to think about the future and to think about the capacity that these teenagers can have in the very near future, and to see what they're up to, because they are going to be the ones that are going to change completely the landscape very soon.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Let me turn to Del Titus, who is actually doing some of the most fascinating, innovative work in Africa in terms of developing Web 3.0. So I'd first like to tell us a little bit about the innovation pillar that you heard in the report, in terms of how the work you're doing are from Africa point of view, how they're adding up and pushing Africa on the innovation frontier.
Okay, thank you, Deepak. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you to all for putting this amazing conference together, and all the other sponsors for contributing, including a big thanks to Your Excellency, President Thabo Mbeki and his foundation. So I put two hats on. For Africa, the focus is Web3. And so I'm the founder and CEO of Web3 Africa Group. And essentially our focus is to develop the infrastructure surrounding Web3. For those of you who are not so familiar with Web3, the basis of it is the blockchain. And as a consequence of that, you have AI, you have cryptocurrencies, you have DeFi, which is short for decentralized finance, and then you also have gaming. Ghana is the hub that we are starting from, looking at 10 other markets, including South Africa. So far, our three main pillars have been education, policy, and commercialization. With Ghana, we've worked very closely with the central bank in the last 2 years to establish their policy framework for digital assets, with the first draft of the policy that has been announced and made public as of 4 months ago with the central bank, the BOG. In addition to this, we have partnered with an AI startup, which is led by ex-Oracle solutions architect. And then we've also taken a 50% position in a cryptocurrency exchange by the name of Telos, which is a subsidiary sister company to Binance. Now, the work that we're doing, we're basically focusing on this area regarding Web3 is because we essentially feel that Africa's GDP is underperforming, and we see a very, very, very big opportunity in Africa's GDP accelerating through Web3. So if you look in the last 10 years alone, well, actually, something that's probably a bit more closer to you guys is the 4 or the 5 main tech companies globally, the established ones, right, have reached a market cap of $1 trillion, give or take 20 years, right? Now, if you look at one cryptocurrency alone, that has managed to hit the $1 trillion market cap, Bitcoin to be specific, in less than 10 years, or give or take 10 years. And so you start to see an opportunity for Africa where, you know, with the mobile penetration, with the digital asset space and its benefits from everything from OTC, being able to move money intercontinentally, we see a massive advantage there. And our job effectively is to contribute in developing the infrastructure for that so that Africa has an amazing and very, very good advantage in the future in terms of how it increases its GDP going forwards.
Thank you. Let me give you a situation or a context to you before I ask the questions. And while I ask the question, I should ask the folks on the audience, if you have any question, do think about it, and I'll come very soon to you to ask some questions to the panelists. So Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, was in India a few months ago, and during a Q&A session, somebody asked him about the fact that should India be developing its generative AI and the infrastructure for it. And his response, very blunt response, was saying, I don't think India should be investing in Gen AI because it's very capital intensive, it's very expensive. What India should do is to actually use the generative AI that we are producing for better goods or betterment. And obviously this created a big debate in India because there are lots of policymakers and tech CEOs who believe that India should be investing in it. So the question to both of you, so both Armenia and Ghana and many countries in Africa, is there a danger that we might fall into the trap that Sam Altman is saying, that you are trying to go into emerging technology when you don't have the full foundation? You know, that we didn't even cover the people from the first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution. So are we trying to leapfrog and we fall off the cliff? Or there are good reasons to believe that this time the story is different? Do you want to start off?
Yes, I think he's wrong. Yes, definitely. It is very important to leapfrog, and this is our opportunity. Otherwise, we'll miss the train and we'll be left behind. Definitely, it is essential to be ready and to be on top of it. And what I mean by that is not, trying to compete with OpenAI or try to be at the top of the curve and to have the same quality and of research and development, but to be ready to embrace it, to be ready to understand it, to be ready to incorporate it, to be ready to be in control of it, to be ready to innovate within those parameters. That is the most important. And for that, we have to be courageous. We just not have to fall behind being afraid and being suspicious, but no, in the contrary, to dare to be on top of it, And I don't think it is difficult because there is a lot available and transparent. And the fact that we create with AI or we create AI should happen at the same time. And this is what I mean, education is very important. And it's not something that, like a long time ago, it's not accessible. It is accessible. It's a matter of mindset. You have to change your mindset. You have to be courageous. You have to dare to, not, I don't mean by experimenting and taking risks, but you should not fear it. That's the main point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, similar to Mary, I also disagree with Sam Altman. And although, look, OpenAI is one of my favorite apps, you know, I use it. However, Sam Altman is also very he's the same person that said OpenAI was going to be a charity, and now it's a commercial engine. So he has a tendency of changing his mind, right? So I think for Africa, I'm obviously very bullish. I would not subscribe to that, and I think that we should be strong and push, because similarly, you couldn't have Aliko Dangote go to America and say, oh, you should stop doing X, Y, Z. That would not happen, right? And so I think India in particular, you're in such an advantageous position with youth, with knowledge, and I just think that our actual new way of doing things should be developing entrepreneurs in our regions who have the ability to build competitive products, so that we'll be a lot more insightful about our data and our consumption, right? It should not be dictated by other companies. There's room to share, but I think fundamentally the global south should be in control of the kind of technology that we're developing.
So last round of question before I come to the audience. Role of the state or the role of the policymakers and the champions in this. So, I mean, in India, you know, currently we have a prime minister who is very keen on some of those things. So there's a lot of experimentation happening. But we also had policymakers who were very shy and very cautious about this. They were very worried that, you know, we don't have enough toilets for people. Why should we be investing on the internet? So there's a lot of debate, but eventually the role of the policymaker, it seemed, was pretty critical for this. So I wanted to ask you guys, in terms of what are the, do you feel the countries in your country are getting the enough support from policymakers? How critical are the policymakers in the overall story of digitalization of a country?
I don't want to criticize my government, but I was in a conversation lately with the Ministry of Education, and I would say I was a little bit shocked, because yes, sometimes the governments tend to, you know, exaggerate, or maybe not exaggerate, but fell in the trap that, oh, schools, we need to build schools, we need to have a better internet connection, we need to do this, and they lose the sight and they lose the vision. And they don't put a goal towards where they're going. It's saving or solving everyday problems that they're trapped in. I think we have the force to divert that and prove that at the same time you have to keep moving very fast and leapfrogging and having a vision and a goal and go towards that goal. That's the only way. And organizations, non-profit organizations, are there to always give a wake-up call to the government and help them, to support them, not go against them, support them to move forward faster than they expect.
So, from my perspective, dealing with Ghana's institutions, mainly surrounding blockchain and digital assets, the central bank has been very supportive. I'd be lying if I said they'd not been completely supportive of the vision that we have. The vice president has also been extremely supportive and championed digitalization in Ghana, at least the current vice president, I mean. And so my personal experience is very positive. However, I would say as a region, we need to be a lot more aggressive. And the reason why we need to be aggressive is not because we are necessarily copying what other regions are doing, but just because Africa's prosperity really, really, really is, integrated and intertwined with the youth, right? And the youth are very, they're digitally friendly, right? And so I feel like we need to be where the ball is going to be, not what the ball is. And so our leaders, we rely on their wisdom, of course, the wisdom they have supersedes any kind of quick buck that we want to make. However, at the same time, it's very, very important that the leaders, they exhibit the boldness that we know they have to ensure that the creators, the founders feel confident enough to build things, right? Because Africa's destiny to prosperity, I believe, is strongly linked to digitalization, right? And one example I'll give is, like I said, the 4 tech companies in the US combined market cap north of $10 trillion. Our whole continent, the market cap is around, I'll be conservative, $3 trillion, right? We have almost 1.4 billion people here, 70% of the world's youth here. How is that possible? And then we have most of the world's resources here as well. The numbers do not make sense. And I understand we have bureaucracy, we have a lot of bureaucracy, but we have to be aggressive. The time has come to be aggressive and change Africa's fortunes, and that is going to happen once we embrace digitalization.
Thank you. So time has come to change Africa's fortune. That's a good way to cover our discussion. So can I see if there's any question from the audience? I see 2 hands over there, one more. So could you please come? Yeah, so first you and the lady, and then the lady in the front.
My question is to Del Titos. Bhutan has, can you hear me?
Yes.
Bhutan has launched a digital ID program using blockchain. It is interesting the way you describe your company and your vision of using blockchain. I would like to hear about some specific work that you have done or any products or services, particular products that you have. Have you done any work related to digital ID on blockchain by chance? Or have you helped any government develop a central bank digital currency?
Okay, that's a good question. So I wear 2 hats. Should I? Oh, you want? Okay, right, sure. I will remember your question, yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for your...
Would you like to introduce yourself, please, and the name?
Certainly, certainly. Yep, my name is Clara Bühlhoff. I'm from Germany, and I'm a little surprised how we came up so high on these rankings, because it often doesn't feel that we're that digitized. But I wanted to ask potentially all 3 of you. You spoke to should we be developing generative AI on our own or not? And I wanted to ask a broader question about the role of tech in society. I think as we're talking about the global south and not missing the train, I think it's interesting to look at the US and the way that tech companies have become political actors. And I wonder, as people in the business, what your vision is for this in your own countries and in your own societies, and whether you could share that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Last one.
My name is Jana Basso. I am from the Gambia. I am the Public Relations Officer, Open Gambia Network. And my question goes to Del. So how do you see policy and regulation evolving in response to rapid digitization? What should policymakers focus to support sustainable digital growth in Africa? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. I'll start with the last question and then I'll end with the gentleman's question. So the policymakers, as I mentioned, relating to Ghana, one of the things they've been doing is sandboxes. Now, I know that sounds very cliche, but that environment allows you to exhibit, right, your proof of concept in an environment that is safe, secure, and ultimately allows the institution to have enough oversight to see how they can basically roll something up into the public. And so that's been the experience I've had concerning blockchain and digital assets with my institution. I think that other governments could do similar. And what that does is when you signal sandboxes, particularly in industries that are seen to be a little bit risky, let's say blockchain and cryptocurrencies, what you're doing is you're sending a signal that we are open, but we are going to be responsible, right? And so that would be one example of how institutions could be progressive in that sense. I don't know if do you want to add any comments to it before I ask? Okay, sure. And then for the first gentleman, yeah, that's a really good question. So, yes, with the Ghanaian Central Bank, we've worked on the ECD, which has been, should I say, an experimental product that's been rolled out in rural areas of Ghana. There's a very interesting blog conversation between myself, the head of fintech for the central bank, and Ethereum, which is the second largest cryptocurrency in the world, around the use of potential CBDs. I know some people see them as weapons of mass destruction. I tend to differ, but you know, that's a very interesting project that has been worked on. And then another thing that is currently being worked on pertaining to Ghana is a project around stablecoins, and basically trying to ascertain what kind of utility it can be backed against when you're talking specifically around Africa. Obviously, we have examples like USDT, which is backed against gold in the US. But in Africa, I think our issues are a bit different. And so we are currently investigating different ways this can be used. And then what I also mentioned is I happen to be the CEO for Telos Africa. That's a fully established crypto exchange and token market cap of about $100 million, $70 to $100 million as we speak. And we're currently in other markets, and we're going to be focusing on Africa next year, 10 markets, including South Africa being one of them. And then the other hat that I wear, which is more global, is I also happen to be the global chair for the United Nations Digital Climate Library, which is to move all the existing climate change documents in their archives onto a digital library and essentially on-chain. So those things keep me busy, but not busy enough to come to off. Thank you.
Can I just ask you the question from the lady who asked about the politicization of the tech? The fact that most of the American CEOs have jumped into the political bandwagon. You being a tech leader in Africa, what's your view on that?
Yeah, so I think there's two sides to it, right? One side is if the problem is big enough, then you will feel convicted to use your resources to make a statement, which we have seen with Elon Musk and Trump in the US. I pick no sides concerning that situation, but I think that the problem to Elon Musk, whatever it was obviously big enough. I think with Africa, I don't think we are in a place where digitalization needs to be weaponized. I think that we only have one path at the moment, and that path is that we need to solve our immediate problems with digitalization. So I don't even think as a leader, anyone who is a leader in the space that, has built anything successful should be thinking about how they're going to use those resources to influence politics, right? Because your first order of service as someone who's running a business here is to solve the immediate problems. You have real immediate problems. So I wouldn't go down the path of Elon, and I don't think anyone else should. But, you know, if you are going to do something, look at the problems in Africa directly and go and solve them. That would be my 2 cents.
Okay, Mary Lou, any reaction to any of the question?
I agree, because there are so many more benefits than going through that path, which is at the end, dead end.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit to the question on, does it feel like you are such a digitalized country? Is this some of the indicators that we have put together is bias that you don't feel? So I'll tell you, so I lived 22 years in Washington, DC, and last 3 years in Delhi. And my use of, my personal habit of using digital technology has many-fold increase in Delhi, not because Delhi does a better job in supplying or India does better, but it's the alternate system, the analog doesn't work very well. So you're forced to be digitalized. So in a sense, it may be out of, you know, good supply or more demand. In the sense sometimes you are pulled or pushed out. So in many cases, in some of the developing countries, people are pushed out of the analog to the digital because the digital just works much better and the analog just doesn't work. But at the end of the day, it leads to more digitalization, whether it comes from the push factor or pull factor. And I think, I mean, a lot of us have lived through a long period of thinking how digitalization work, and you generally tend to feel rich countries are more digitalized. But I really urge you to read the report. If you type State of Digital Economy on Google, and you'll find this report. I used to be one of the person who used to produce these global indicators for the World Development Report, so I know how the kitchen looks like, how the sauce is made. There is a huge number of issues that a lot of these global indicators do suffer from, and there is good reason, now that I live in a developing country and see and experience, there's genuinely good intellectual reasons to actually question these numbers and look at the rankings and think of alternate ways of digitalization which is more relevant for the global south. I think we'll be the only session today who is going to finish on time, so I'm not going to take more time, but I just wanted to thank both of you for this wonderful session. So please put your hands together for the two gentlemen here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra, and the timekeeping is really, really appreciated. Thank you so much. We will take a short 10-minute break, after which we have the Minister in the Presidency in South Africa, Minister Khumbudzo, who will be addressing us, and then we will have a few more conversations before we break for dinner. So 10-minute break, and since we are plugging publications, please do grab a copy of the Cape Town Chronicles, which has been published by ORF and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Thank you. 10 minutes, please.
Could I request everyone to settle down? We're going to start the next session in 2 minutes. All right, thank you everyone for joining us after the break. We're going to move into the next session of Oceans and Populations, Community First Approaches to the Blue Economy. I'd like to invite our speakers on stage, Ms. Olta Manjani, Deputy Minister of Economy, Culture and Innovation, Albania, Dolapu Olateye, Senior Research Fellow, Energy and Transport Policy, Energy Institute, University College London from United Kingdom, Thilan Vijayasinghe, Chairman and Managing Director, TW Corp, Private Limited, Sri Lanka, Ms. Simone Smith-Godfrey, Founder, Blue Heritage Chamber of Commerce, South Africa, and our moderator, Moira Fall, Head of Division, Multilateral Development Policy for the G20, G7, OECD, DAC from the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development from Germany. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very much honored to have a discussion this evening with an expert and practitioner panel here tonight. We all know we're living on a blue planet, and in fact we're meeting here in Cape Town where also the oceans meet, so it's very suitable to now be dedicating our time and our thought to oceans. Oceans are our greatest ally in the fight against climate change. They generate half of our oxygen, they absorb about a quarter of the global CO2 emissions, capture 90% of excess heat caused by climate change, and we know that maritime ecosystems provide food for about 3 billion people. However, we are not treating our ally very well. We catch almost twice as much fish as would be sustainable, and we know that from the SDG 14, if we look at the targets, only 3 of the 10 are on track to be achieved by 2025. And this is without mentioning other issues on pollution, plastics, and so forth. At the same time, we do also see some progress, and we'll be looking at that later. There are some agreements to protect 30% of the world's surface on land and on sea. We have more than 70 nations signed a treaty to protect the high seas, despite as we've been mentioned today, often the international situation not so conducive on finding agreement at the moment. And also the Brazilian G20 presidency has put a bit of an emphasis on oceans with a statement in the leaders' communique, and also initiating the Oceans 20. So we know that climate, environment, and people are intrinsically linked. We know there will be no transition if it's not a just transition, and taking in particularly now the people of the coastal communities into account, and the voices of coastal communities, local and indigenous voices that have to always be part of the solution. So with this, I'd like to turn to my panel and start with a general question to Simone Smith-Godfrey on the question of how these issues of climate change impact, in particular on coastal communities, can be addressed, but also what the solutions are that we might find in these communities in regard to climate and adaptation mitigation strategies, for example.
I thought for a moment I couldn't figure out the mic. Please forgive the technology blindness. It is a very interesting question that you're asking, and you amplified it by using the words just transition. The ocean's relationship with the land is not a relationship where sustainability traditionally has been applied upon. So the elements of operations, community, and environment has never before been measured in a mathematical manner to obtain not only justice, but also to get just transition from the previous state. Now, when the impacts of climate change became more and more obvious, and you see it manifest in oceans acidification, in mangroves destruction, you see it in less and less carbon sequestration, bottoms functioning properly. We looked at what is being done on land also when it comes to the oceans infrastructure that is required to combat this. In Africa, those oceans infrastructure, one, suffers from neglect, non-maintenance, and very, very few investment that has been made. As a result, I can cite a city who recently lost half of their power because 2 pylons was taken out on the coast that wasn't maintained. And for 2 weeks, that city did not have power, and I live in that city. It was horror. When you have these kinds of practical impacts of how our duty as land people are not being maintained and implemented and monitored on the oceans, there are gaps in the current systems that does not allow for coastal communities to have a very distinctive voice in those frameworks that is being set up there. Instead, those frameworks are more for the beneficiation of private sector, the enablement of multinational organizations infiltrating oceans territories, and it is not replicated on the actual community who lives in that environment. These kinds of impact leads to coastal communities becoming disconnected, not having access to skills, not having access to their own resources, and some losing their culture and their traditions in the process. And that is something that I believe that a lot of focus should be put on for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting these points. One of the important issues you mentioned was investment. This I'd like to take up with you, Tilan Vijayasinghe. You have a broad experience both in the investment sector, but also working on policy and the question of how also large-scale investment can benefit coastal community. Would you like to bring in this perspective, please?
Yes, thank you again. It's a privilege to be present here in the presence of President Thabo Mbeki. Thanks for the question. Just by way of a very short introduction, I was an investment banker in the 90s when I was headhunted in the late 90s by the then government, and a team of us, all of whom were in our 20s and 30s, we pioneered public-private partnerships in Sri Lanka. And 26 some years later, we've financially closed over $2.2 billion of PPP projects ranging from renewable energy to special economic zones to digitization. And now I run my own investment bank, acting as a bridge between the government and the private sector in sound project design. And in that context, I would like to answer your question via actually a practical example of where a very large investment project that was doing a sea reclamation to create a brand new township next to the central business district of Sri Lanka was faced with public interest litigation via the fishery community, stating that the environmental impact assessment study was inadequate. And I was asked by the then Prime Minister to carry out a fresh EIA into the entire project, and it resulted in the project's investor contributing $5 million to the upliftment of the livelihoods of the fishery community, and that entire program was designed after carrying out a comprehensive survey of the fishing communities that were impacted by the dredging ships that were dredging for sand. Even though the environment impact assessment imposed stringent conditions on where and how dredging should happen when you reclaim the coast, what was quite interesting was through that survey, we found out a whole host of other issues that were impacting the fishery community. We discovered that the government was one of the biggest polluters of the ocean by releasing raw sewage. And that resulted in the Asian Development Bank coming in and funding that element of it. So the point I'm trying to make here is that at the time of undertaking large-scale investment projects, it is important that all of the stakeholders, the financiers, and the government look at the integrity of the environment impact assessment process and ensure that EIAs are implemented in a manner that generates confidence within the community at large, and the implementation of these EIAs are adequately monitored and documented. So that was one of the key lessons, and it's very important that one more final point is that when financiers finance such large projects, that this financing is dovetailed with an element of philanthropic funding or grant funding so that changes can happen at the community level where not necessarily where there's a private sector involvement or return. And in this situation, of course, the private sector was compelled to provide funding in order to support some of the philanthropic work that occurred to uplift the coastal communities stemming from the impact of the dredging project.
Thank you very much. Also for underlying this important point of, even if there are instruments in place, like environmental impact assessments, maybe the question of how they are applied and whether they are really addressed within communities makes a big difference. So focusing maybe within the communities, we know they are very diverse, but I would like to particularly highlight now and turn to you, Alta Magnani, the question of gender sensitivity in the blue economy. So this is a question of how women can be skilled, upskilled, and also empowered. Again, how we can use the knowledge that is perhaps in the community, specifically amongst women in this case, to contribute to sustainable blue economies.
Thank you for the question. It's really important because reskilling and upskilling is really the headline or the highlight of today's discussions in the labor market. There is a very interesting study by the European Training Foundation which actually finds that by 2030, around 80% of the jobs that as we know them today, they won't be existing in the form that we know them today. And it's already happening, and that is in 6 years. 2030 is really around the corner. So this goes to show that the discussion is much broader. It does not relate only to the coastal displacement and the climate change, the need for reskilling and upskilling the population, but it also relates to bigger discussions such as how is the technology and the fast progress of the technological development and also the twin transition, the green and digital transition affecting the jobs today. So I would like to see it also from a broader perspective. And all these factors actually have an impact on the dire need to actually reskill and upskill the whole population, and particularly marginalized groups like women who actually are in danger of having less access to the labor market than compared to men. So I would like to suggest some, let's say, solutions or policies that governments can focus in terms of helping the reskilling and upskilling of the population, while also making sure that women are not left behind. One of them is, of course, economic empowerment, and by creating equitable economic systems and also promoting labor rights through designing specifically tailored programs with women in mind. One example that I could illustrate by bringing Albania into the equation is the employment promotion programs. They are usually programs that are highly subsidized by the government in order to ensure the intermediation of women, and not only, including all the marginalized groups in the society, where their salaries are subsidized for a certain period of time. This is, of course, the first step of the intermediation in order to make sure that they keep the job place in the labor market. The gender components are really interesting because apart from the subsidy of the salary for a short period of time, we also give subsidies for childcare and for the covering the transportation costs. Because sometimes women do not have access to the labor market because the place where they reside is actually too far from the place where they have to go to work. So basically these two particular components really, really help women to get access in the labor market. The other very important factor is, of course, access to capital. Access to capital first through ownership, because we know that in many countries the ownership rights, they are passed down to the male line, and in some cases women really let's say, lag behind in terms of the ownership rights. It's quite a coincidence that before coming to this panel, I was scrolling on Instagram and I had a look at this very interesting video that was posted by the World Economic Forum, which showed a very good example of a woman entrepreneur in Tanzania. After her husband passed away, she was faced with the challenges of taking care of 3 children, and the only property that she was left was a cow. So she was milking the cow, trying to feed her kids, but also trying to sell and set some money aside. She had a hard time to actually have access to microloans because you know, she did not have any collateral to back up the loan. So she came up with this idea of setting up her own let's say, organization, her own fund, where she helps other women to get access to microloans, and where women can actually use as collateral cows or whatever little ownership they have or whatever little property they have. So it's really about coming up with innovative ideas on how to get women on board. Apart from the classical examples that we know, of course, that is the Grameen Bank or other let's say, institutions that lend microloans to women, it's also about coming up with innovative ideas. Another important aspect that I would like to highlight is capacity building through skills development. And I cannot highlight enough the importance of vocational training nowadays. Everyone can go actually to the classical, let's say, training and education, which is high school, university, master's, PhD, whatever, but I really want to illustrate this with another example. I come from a country that has 450 kilometers of coastline, and actually tourism is one of the fastest developing sectors in the country with the highest value added in the economic growth. And actually a chef right now in Albania, which are in very high demand because of the growth of tourism, is really getting paid twice or threefold the salary of a minister. So despite not having a university degree, despite not having invested loads of time and money through the education, just through vocational education, which in the best case scenario, you have to study 2 years, and in the worst, in times of time investment, 4 years, and you get a degree that is so much and in so high demand that even the salary or the revenues for the rest of your life, they are going to be much higher than in other professions. So basically, vocational education is really important. Other important aspects are, of course, mentorship of women and creating women cooperatives where they can actually do knowledge sharing with each other and learning from the best examples. And the last, and this is the last point that I want to make, is to have actually gender inclusive policy design. Basically, what we are doing in close collaboration also with the World Bank is to have inclusive policies that are actually involving also gender budgeting and also setting quotas. So basically, doing gender budgeting, it means that you tailor the policies with women in mind, what serves them best. And also having almost 70% of the cabinet women, in our case, it really helps because the policymakers are there also to understand what are the women needs and how they can be served better. And of course, the last component is digitalization and technology and how we can leverage technology to include women in policy making and how to help women integrate in the labor market. Just a little statistics here. Studies show that countries that use internet by 10 percentage points more, this has an impact on the economic growth by almost 1.4 percentage points. So this goes to show that using technology and using the innovative ways of getting more women on board really helps economic growth to start with, and of course their integration in the labor market.
Thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive framework, I think, regarding gender-sensitive approaches, which are highly applicable to this question here with the coastal communities and the blue economy. But I think even beyond that, I think you've set out an excellent framework. Picking up maybe on the policy element, I'd like to turn to Lapo Oloteye. And I mentioned it earlier as well, this is happening. We had different examples from different places around the world. We've had examples from different sectors regarding coastal questions, fisheries, shipping, tourism. What are the multilateral frameworks that you see in place regarding sort of a sustainable, inclusive blue economy? Or maybe also what are the gaps? We've heard before, right at the beginning, maybe the voice of the communities themselves in shaping this framework, or maybe the voice of women in shaping the frameworks. But where do we stand in regarding multilateral cooperation and the ocean?
Thank you very much. And I think I need to just follow the protocol, distinguished panelists and the audience. The function of multilateral organizations and institutions are to translate global ambition into local realities. Now, my background and where I come from is from international shipping, specific to the United Nations International Maritime Organization. And we're doing research there to help African nations, and currently I'm case studying 6 African countries, to understand how a changing policy architecture or a new policy framework in the IMO, for example, will result into a just transition that leaves no one behind. Now, the policy architecture that is being discussed is going to affect lives and livelihoods in Africa. It will affect everyone globally, but there's this term that we call disproportionately negatively impacted communities. And the coastal communities are also within the same basket. The question here is the function of the multilateral institutions. What we are moving into, and I think we've already started it, is the concept of blue economy. It is new, it is different, and we're all still trying to grasp what blue economy means. But the reality for coastal communities is, whilst we're given these new terms, various, we're badging them various names, the reality with the coastal community is they really require support from various multinational or multilateral institutions. Now, we're in conversations, for example, with the African Development Bank, with the Green Climate Fund, and various other institutions to help to support the transport cost increase that is coming. But there is something that I want to challenge us with, and a thought I want us to think about is what we have in the existing frameworks are built on a fossil fuel economy. We want to move into a green, blue, whatever name you want to call it, an economy that doesn't rely on fossil fuel. That is a huge game changer. And the existing multilateral institutions need to go back to the framework that they have. They need to return to the drawing board and begin to design what I would call the Blue Ocean Commonwealth. And this is where, and there was a session, I think 2 panelists session ago, where somebody was speaking about how we need to reframe the current discussions that we're having. And this is my position. We need to come out of the echo chamber of looking at existing frameworks and cooperate with coastal communities to design a new multilateral framework that works for them. And some of the ideas that I'll be throwing out there include, for example, developing a sovereign wealth fund that pools resources from ocean-based infrastructure and industries like fisheries, shipping, and reinvest them into global ocean reliance and resilience projects. One of the things that we found from the case studies that we've done so far is that some regions in Africa, and specifically to ports and the surrounding communities around ports, are underfunded. They require technology improvement, and I can go on and on. Even ports themselves are experiencing obsolescence, and the communities around them are suffering because when you think about it, if you don't have the right waste receptacles, you don't have the right systems in place to make sure that the ocean is clean, then the closest community to that coastal line will be impacted. And so one of the things that we started doing, and I just came from COP, was to begin to highlight the need to protect communities around ports. And so this is what led to our discussion with the various MDBs, the multilateral development banks, to see how they can support our project to reach the people that need it the most. The second thing that I want to highlight as well is, in the discussion happening at the IMO, which really wants to transform the international shipping industry from a fossil fuel-focused system to a green or blue system, is that we have this idea that in 25 years, we will have a net zero outcome. But what hasn't been factored into this is how we're going to ensure that the people that will be touched are looked after. And so there's a discussion at the moment about a funding mechanism that will be set aside through a carbon levy that will be placed on international shipping. And the revenue that is generated from there will be pooled into areas where people are disproportionately negatively impacted. I am actually using this opportunity to call on governments and various policymakers to actually pay this attention. Over 90% of trading, and this affects food, it affects what we wear, it affects everything that we buy. Over 90% of that relies on international shipping. And what that means in essence is the cost increase that is coming as a result of this transition will affect both the people that are coastal, and those of us that are on land. I loved what Dr. Simone mentioned about, what she mentioned about the work that she's doing. I think we need to look at a multi-pronged approach to how we deliver outcomes for coastal communities and hold the feet of the people that are policymakers to fire to begin to transform our existing multilateral institutions into one that is universal, that incorporates oceans. And some of the ideas that we might think about is an enforceable universal blue rights treaty that recognizes the oceans as a global commons, and ensuring equitable benefits for coastal nations, particularly for the Global South. This is not just about governance, it's about stewardship, and we need our multilateral institutions to help us to achieve a just and equitable transition with the provision of money, funds, that might not necessarily be profitable directly, but once we're taking care of the health of the coastal communities by ensuring that they are funded well, they have jobs, women are supported, and all these wonderful discussions that we're having, eventually businesses will be profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing that we already advanced a little bit in time, I would like to open for questions from the audience regarding the topics we have addressed in this panel. There's already a quick, I do not need to build a bridge. There's already some questions at hand. And then we will come back to the panel. We will take a few questions, and then I'll ask you to come reply to the questions, and then final statements at the end. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sibulele Mabe. I work with SEON. And I basically sit in the OSIMS project meetings. I don't know, Simone, if you know OSIMS. It's a project under DFFE. And what they're doing now is they are developing, and they've developed a coastal viewer and some tools to protect operations at sea, tracking, aquaculture support, and assessing water quality. And basically this data is available on that coastal viewer and on those tools as well, right? So my question for you, and this data is available to communities, not only the scientific community, but government as well and other stakeholders. So what I want to know from you is, what functions or functionalities or features would you like included in those tools to address some of the local needs that you, some of the local concerns that you kind of raised in this meeting, so that maybe it can be something that I can also just share, and hopefully that might do something.
Thank you. That was a very helpful question and comment. Are there further questions that you would like to address to the panel? Please go ahead. I will ask you to.
Yeah, very good evening, rather. My name is Vanshika, and I'm with the Asian Development Bank. I have two questions. My first question is that, as we look at interventions in the blue economy and ocean space, as is with other sectors, the major challenge is translating high-level principles to very tangible activity level, change at the ground level. So I'd like to know from your experiences, perhaps through personal anecdotes, initiatives that you've worked on, and how you've been able to translate from a very high-level principle to what the theory of change has looked like at a very output and outcome level, activity level intervention, and what would that look like in this space. The second is that marine thermal heating is a huge challenge, and now there's much more research which is showcasing that, mostly focused till now has been on the urban heat island effect, right? So heating in urban spaces. Marine thermal heating has come to the forefront more recently for regions, especially in the Pacific, Indo-Pacific belt. That means coastal communities are most at threat. What do you think can be done there, especially from the point of view of livelihoods and nutritional security? Thank you.
Okay. I didn't hear whether that question was addressed to anyone in particular, but maybe we will take it as a cross-cutting question. I think the first question was addressed to you, Simone. Perhaps you'd like to come first, and also with your final statement. Thank you.
The OSIMS question is very interesting. It was developed by an organization called the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And for 8 years, I was that council who has more than 3,000 scientists and engineers. I was the only maritime person. So I worked quite close with OSIM system. And one of the highlighting issues that came out with OSIMs is that in Africa we have a lot of unreported, irregulated, and illegal fishing in our waters. And OSIMs provided us with a mechanism to look at our 200 nautical mile, where international fishing boats would hover. They would just dart over that line and back the whole time. And that's how they got hold of quite a lot of virgin fishing stock areas. But OSIMS has got a much larger role in that as well, because it can also log the observations of the changes that are being affected on our coastal area, especially where it comes to repairing and replacing our current oceans infrastructure that is deployed on our coasts, even in small harbors and in ports as well. And then also in terms of maritime security, which brings us to a very interesting state of affairs in Africa. We don't have coast guards. We use our navies to catch and release. We use strategic national interest to chase after common criminals because we don't have coast guard capabilities. And that is a functionality that OSIMS provides us with a door in to give us the basic observation status of how Coast Guard capability could be developed and deployed in this. So you do have other roles that OSIMS can also play apart from monitoring international traffic and making sure that adherence to the 0.05 sulfur cap is actually being adhered to. But you cannot have any of these if there is not two basic things that we understand about the oceans. One, there's a difference between marine and maritime. Please don't use the words interchangeably. Maritime is man-made, and marine is God-made. What it does when people confuse those things, it just brings a whole different aspect to the conversation. The same with blue and green. The blue economy has had many different definitions. I'm guilty of it too. I wrote my own definition of the blue economy that was published with the National Indian Maritime Journal in 2017, and I defined it as the sustainable industrialization of the oceans to the benefit of all, making it a mathematical concept. So we have in Africa that we don't have a grasp of that basic foundation. That puts us apart, that throws us out of the conversation because we're not understanding the impact of the conversation that we are having. I hope I answered the OSIMS lady. The other lady asked for practical implementation of projects on the coastal communities and marine heating. You see, mentioning very high-level mechanisms that is developed for people who have made their life from the oceans. I'm a child of the ocean. I come from a nautical family. I spent my time studying the industry from a legal perspective and then from a business perspective. Then I worked for 14 years in the shipping industry on different sides of the value chain. And then I became an academic researcher in the field. And currently I'm running a chamber in the field as well. The practical implications of taking very high-level solutions that are proposed to people who've never been on the ground, who've never walked in the shoes of those communities and understood that careers in the blue economy for oceans communities is not careers of choice. It's careers of necessity. There is no other economic measure out there to provide for your family. And when very complicated international mechanisms are made, that indigenous voice has not been called in and asked, what could be done practical. Simple example, for marine pollution, there's a brand new industry that awaits for it. Let the bylaws of coastal municipalities change so that they can own vessels, so that we can send the communities in with those vessels, go clean up the oceans for the first 12 nautical miles. Bring those things in, recycle them, scan them with technology, get their chemical composition, and make new things out of what we've retrieved. That's circular economies. That's a practical solution. But it's not a solution that we achieve when we're only focusing on high-level mechanisms.
Okay.
Practical solutions includes, for example, fish don't get scars because they rub themselves against certain sea plants. For somebody who's a mom like me who has a child who's scarred by eczema, I want that plant. I want somebody to go in, isolate that plant, make a product out of that, and please sell it to me so that I can take the scars off my son's skin. Those are practical solutions. When you look at fishermen who goes out, they have their own customs. They have their own knowledge in this industry. But research are disregarding them and not building up a research pipeline of projects that are coming from it. So we stand in danger of losing our indigenous knowledge. We stand in danger of losing potential research areas that has never been exploited before, simply because we're focusing there. We're not doing the nuts and bolts here.
Okay.
And that's my message today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those very hands-on examples as well. They're very, very useful. I'd like to continue with our final comments. Tijan?
Yes. As a financial practitioner, there is a necessity for finance ministries and central banks of the global south to up their game in designing projects that would enable countries to tap into the climate financing market, whether it's blue bonds or debt for nature swaps. And there are many successful examples, from small countries such as Belize to larger countries such as Ecuador, who have reduced their debt loads by 60% to 90% by tapping into particularly the debt for nature swap markets. And that requires stakeholders to work together, and that would include the private sector, the financiers, the government, a strong PPP unit, and frameworks that generate sound project designs. I cannot emphasize that enough. And I'd like to conclude by giving just one example. And one such project design happened in the Maldives, where I was advising a state-owned company in order to design Maldives' first climate adaptive resort that integrates with the community, because in the Maldives you have one island, one resort with minimal engagement with the community. And this particular state-owned enterprise, after an RFP process, hired world-renowned architects, Foster and Partners, who designed the world's first climate adaptive resort that would meet the requirements of a 100-year wave, that was fully integrated with the community, where fruit and vegetable would be grown by the community, supplied to the resort. And then a climate adaptive design was created where luxury resorts to guest houses that would accommodate budget tourists could be designed, taking into consideration future ocean level rises. So it is this sort of project design that would then qualify for climate financing. And one more final point, in designing such projects, and when governments tap into instruments such as blue bonds and debt for nature swaps, they must be designed in order to leverage private sector financing. So government should not be looking at investing in isolation of having a multiplier effect of having 1x, 5x, 10x private investment complementing the public investment. So that's really the final point I'd like to make.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, time's actually up. I would like to give our final two panelists the opportunity to very quickly make a final comment on what's been said, and perhaps if you would like to pick up on the last question as well. Please go ahead.
I'll try to be very short. Building up on what I said before, we really live in a world where skills shortages and skills mismatches are really one of the biggest problems. So at this point, we cannot really afford, or better put it, we do not have the luxury to have any individual outside of the labor market, be them women, young people who can find a job, or long-term unemployed who actually need to be reskilled and upskilled in order to become part of the labor market. So that goes also to the gender-sensitive issues that we discussed related to the development of the coastal areas, which are facing a different kind of problem, which is the displacement. But the conclusion is that due to several reasons, be that climate change, be that development of the technology, or be that different kinds of transition, green transition, blue transition, twin transition, digital transition, we definitely need to reskill and upskill the whole population, particularly the marginalized communities.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Just imagine somebody coming into your house and telling you how to fix a broken window, or telling you how to fix something that is broken in your kitchen. Nobody knows your home better than you. And I think when we think about displaced communities, coastal communities that we're discussing about oceans, we need to move into a more inclusive governance. And in this sense, it's about co-creating a future that all of us can be happy with, including the coastal communities. They're not some demographic or group of people outside of the world. They are part of our society. And I think it's respectful and right for us to include them in shaping the future of what we want the oceans to look like. And policies need to reflect that. The processes must be community-led, not necessarily project-led. Community-led processes can result into bankable projects, because the communities can actually lead you to what can make money. Just like what was said, I'll give you an example. Fish, for example, in fisheries, the scale of fish can be used to create bioplastics. There's some people that are doing that. Seaweed can sequester carbon, and there are just so many things, and seaweed is also food. I think we need to just rethink and reimagine oceans and the communities in a different way that is respectful and inclusive.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have heard how technology is very helpful in accelerating the benefits of the blue economy. We've heard about mixed and clever investment options that are out there. I think it's been quite an optimistic panel today. Thank you very much for your contributions toward that. And I think the main message that we've heard throughout the panel has been listen to the relevant voices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I could request our esteemed panelists and moderator to join us at the front of the stage for a quick photograph. Thank you. Up next, we have a very special guest. She's waded through peak time Cape Town traffic to be with us. I'd like to invite Minister Khumbudzo Shabeni, Minister in the Presidency of the Government of South Africa, to come and deliver her ministerial address.
Thank you, Excellency, former President Mbeki, and all distinguished guests before me. I'd like to extend my greetings to you and really apologize. We had to weather the traffic, which was not very friendly today, amongst other commitments we had, so hopefully I didn't delay you for nothing. I wish to thank the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for the invitation to articulate South Africa's vision and commitment to shaping a more inclusive global governance system, and to unpack the pivotal role of the Global South and South Africa's upcoming G20 presidency in advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It is indeed an honor to be invited by an institution that is dedicated to facilitating dialogue on strategic priorities and actions for Africa's renaissance, a few days before the first ever presidency of the G20 by an African country that begins literally in the next 4 days, the 1st of December. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the interconnectedness of the Global South and North. The growing unity and assertiveness of the Global South has amplified its role in global governance and provided a platform for reshaping global governance structures to better reflect the needs and aspirations of the world's majority. It can be said that the Global South continues to demonstrate that it is not merely a passive participant, but a transformative force in global governance, advocating for equity, inclusivity, and sustainable development in an evolving international order. I know there was a previous speaker earlier in the day who spoke about the evolving international order with the elections in the USA and other parts of the world. The influence of the Global South is arising from their collective population size, economic growth trajectories, the natural resource abundance, and evolving global alliances. Many countries in the Global South are central to global trade networks, and they are beginning to play a larger role in technology innovation, particularly in areas like fintech and renewable energy, because the youth, who are the majority of the population, are really focused in those areas. Demonstrating the emergence of the Global South in the global economy, initiatives like the New Development Bank, commonly known as the NDB, and the China's Belt and Road Initiative reflect efforts to create alternative pathways for economic development and governance bypassing traditional institutions. Being home to the majority of the world's population, representing a youthful and growing labor force, has gifted the Global South with a demographic dynamism that positions these nations as drivers of a global consumption and production in the coming decades. In addition, the Global South holds vast natural reserves of natural resources, including critical minerals, energy resources, arable land, making it central to global supply chains and energy security. Countries in the Global South are advocating for greater global representation in international institutions such as the United Nations Security Council, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. Forums such as the Conference of Parties, commonly known as COP, have witnessed the Global South shaping discussions on adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage fund. It is in this context of South Africa being part of the Global South that has shaped South Africa's vision for an inclusive global governance system that reflects its commitment to creating a world that prioritizes fairness, sustainability, and cooperation. By championing reforms in international institutions, fostering African unity, and engaging in South-South cooperation, South Africa seeks to ensure that the voices of marginalized and developing nations are not only heard, but have a meaningful impact on the global stage. This is drawn from our foreign policy principles that are rooted in human rights, solidarity, and African unity, and is succinctly summarized in our objective of a better Africa and a better world. So we advocate for an inclusive global governance system that prioritizes equitable development, multilateral cooperation, and justice. South Africa has worked to reform international institutions and promote a more balanced world order. Let me give you a brief overview of what are South Africa's vision and commitments. We have a vision for an inclusive multilateralism. And South Africa envisions a global governance system that reflects the realities of the 21st century, especially the growing influence of the global South. As such, we advocate for reform of the global institutions so that we can change, in particular, representation in the United Nations Security Council, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, and the World Trade Organization to better represent developing nations. We also advocate for an address of systemic inequities in trade, finance, and technology transfers that disadvantage African and other developing countries. As a prominent member of the African Union, South Africa tries to play an important role in advancing the continent's agenda on global platforms, including Agenda 2063, aligning global governance reforms with the AU's vision for a prosperous and a peaceful Africa. And there's a context that must be given to our commitment to the BRICS and the Global South. South Africa's active membership in BRICS demonstrates its commitment to strengthening South-South cooperation and through institutions like the New Development Bank. South Africa supports projects that address infrastructure and development gaps in emerging economies. The BRICS also serve as a platform for South Africa to amplify the collective voice of the Global South in global governance discussions. And the previous discussion was quite interesting because we are also proponents of climate justice and sustainability. As such, South Africa is vocal about the need for an inclusive approach to addressing climate change that considers the vulnerabilities of developing nations. And for that, our view on the just energy transition is that we want the international support for transition from coal-dependent energy systems while addressing unemployment and inequality without indebting future generations. We also are pushing for increased and accessible funding mechanisms to assist developing countries in adapting to climate impacts, including the possibility for a global climate insurance fund. On peace, security, and human rights, we continue to champion for conflict resolution and the protection and promotion of human rights. We drive this through our mediation efforts, such as South Africa's contribution to peace-building processes in Africa. I'm sure you are all familiar of our initiatives in Sudan, South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and our participation in the Africa Peace Initiative on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We are strong advocates for a fair and inclusive global systems that uphold international law and human dignity. And in this regard, South Africa's case in the International Court of Justice against Israel, based on the plight of the people of Palestine, is premised on this principle. We further promote the need for equitable trade systems that enable meaningful participation for developing nations in the global economy. And our role in the African Continental Free Trade Area seeks to leverage regional integration to enhance South Africa's or Africa's collective bargaining power in global trade. A strong bargaining power is demonstrating its bearing in our call for fair access to technology and investments that support a sustainable industrialization. Therefore, South Africa's presidency of the G20 will be informed by these principles. As a government, we consider our imminent presidency of the G20 and the hosting of its summit in 2025 not just as an honor to South Africa, but a historic opportunity for our continent to address long-standing inequities and to champion transformative policies that will benefit African people and those of the Global South in general. It was indeed befitting that the African Union attained permanent membership of the G20 before our presidency and hosting of the summit on the African soil, as this offers us an opportunity to collectively leverage the presence of our union in the G20 to champion a pan-African agenda. And therefore, what are South Africa's priorities as it relates to the G20 presidency? We have chosen a theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability for our G20 presidency. And while the high-level deliverables and priorities of our G20 presidency resonate with the agenda of the Global South and Africa in particular, we have painstakingly ensured that our G20 presidency also mirrors and contributes to the realization of our own national priorities and initiatives. So let me quickly take you through the priorities. The priority 1 is inclusive economic growth, industrialization, and employment and inequality. And we have identified this priority with the view of elevating and accelerating the discussion around industrialization, especially in Africa and other developing regions, focusing on special economic zones, green industries and technology, energy, food security, manufacturing, trade, logistics, and regional and global integration. The priority is also strategically aligned with our own program of action as articulated in the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024-2029 on inclusive economic growth and job creation. The realization of this priority requires an alignment of all spheres of economic policy behind the goals of achieving high employment, decent work, and inclusive economic growth through industrialization and re-industrialization in a manner that focuses on youth employment, closes the gender gap, reduces inequality, and protects the environment. During its presidency, South Africa will propose the creation of a task force on inclusive economic growth, industrialization, employment, and inequality. The task force will provide a platform to share ideas on economic policy frameworks best suited for the individual needs of countries, while at the same time ensuring international policy coordination. This task force will build awareness and capacity of developing countries in areas of 1, measuring labor underutilization, assessing national budgets with a view to better promote employment, industrial and investment policies to boost productivity in manufacturing and services, including the green, digital, and care sectors that can abet inclusive and just transitions, and to reduce infrastructure gaps and bottlenecks, increase productivity in agriculture and agro-processing, and regional trade integration, and gender and age-sensitive macro policy inclusion, and also for domestic and regional financing with a special emphasis on investment. Our priority 2 is on food security. Reports from institutions such as the Food Agricultural Organization, the World Food Programme, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the United Nations Children's Fund and the World Health Organization paint a very disturbing picture of a state of global hunger. Reports released by these organizations in July 2024 placed the number of people who faced hunger globally at 733 million. Africa continues to register negative food security trends in these reports, with 2024 being the 5th consecutive year of rising food insecurity on the continent. The number of Africans classified as food-stressed increased by 11 million to a record high of 225 million in 2024. Sub-Saharan Africa's continued reliance on subsistence farming and food imports makes the continent susceptible to a combination of global and local factors such as extreme weather conditions, economic shocks, and conflict. We have equally linked the food security issue with our own program of action, and food security falls squarely within the ambit of South Africa's own priority number 2 of the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024-2029 on reduction of poverty and tackling the high cost of living. Among other outcomes, the government has committed itself to ensuring an effective, integrated, and comprehensive poverty alleviation strategy aimed at lifting the most vulnerable out of poverty. During our G20 presidency, we proposed the establishment of a task force on food security. This task force will look at food security and systems under regional and global pillars. Under the regional pillar, it is envisaged that the G20 could task the Food and Agricultural Organization to monitor, provide technical advice, and encourage regional approaches to resilience in food systems, such as water, energy, infrastructure, trade, and climate change. Under the global pillar, the task force would embark on initiatives to address the drivers of food insecurity due to speculative activities, market concentration, and barriers related to food trading systems. Government of South Africa is currently considering a strategy to prevent food waste or food loss. The priority number 3 for the G20 South Africa 2025 is artificial intelligence and innovation for sustainable development. And this artificial intelligence features very strongly in the 19th G20 Summit Leaders Declaration from Brazil. The declaration emphasized that AI progress brings greater opportunities for development within the framework of the digital economy, and that technology requires a responsible approach to ensure its ethical and human-centered implementation. In this regard, the declaration highlights the importance of establishing safeguards to uphold human rights, promotion of AI governance, and the need for human supervision and appropriate regulation. This will ensure alignment of technological development with human values. South Africa has noted all these issues that they impact some of her priorities, especially those pertaining to inclusive economic growth and job creation, as AI will impact the world of work and the emergence of the digital economy in South Africa. Consequently, South Africa proposes that during its presidency of the G20, a task force on artificial intelligence be established to play a crucial role in aligning Africa's strategic priorities with the broader global agenda, ensuring that regional perspectives and needs are integrated in the international discourse on AI governance. We are strongly considering legacy projects around AI as a country. And on the G20 after 20 years, because the G20 that we are going to be in is 20 years, is the 20th summit, a reflection on key achievements and the way forward, we are proposing that we must have a comprehensive review of the work of the G20. The review will identify proposals to strengthen consensus building through the holding of joint working groups on cross-cutting issues, strengthening the participation of underrepresented regions in the G20 discussions, and convening G20 working groups meeting at lower cost and facilitate more engagement by technical experts. But at the 19th G20, as we accepted and took over the presidency of the G20, we, towards the declaration where there was moves to try not to agree on certain aspects of the declaration, South Africa, we invoked and proposed the adoption of what is known in South Africa, which was adopted during our own CODESA and constitutional negotiations, of sufficient consensus. And this work on the reflection and key achievements and way forward, we want to propose that instead of a consensus, we should, as a G20, agree on sufficient consensus and introduce that terminology of sufficient consensus in bodies where decisions where majority are agreeing and only one party disagreeing were dropped in critical matters that affected the global south. And therefore, South Africa plans to open up these engagements to also include civil society and continuing on the trend of Brazil of the G20 social. And that will be held, an event that will precede the Leaders Summit and will bring together representatives of the existing engagement groups and other segments of civil society that may offer meaningful contributions to the G20. And as a country, we are looking forward to the contribution of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation in this G20 social, so that we can then use the convening power of this foundation to drive engagements and sustainability of the contribution of ordinary members in the G20 and the legacy projects therefore. For us, the world, or at least part of it, has been subjected to elements of global governance for a few centuries now, with the various empires that have ruled at different times imposing elements of global governance, some of which doctrinally survive to this day. The Second World War, for example, and the outcomes thereof have given the world much of what obtains today as the prime institutions and systems of global governance. However, that period is vastly and materially different from the world of today. Many countries of the South were colonies at the time, and this was notably the case in Africa. And the countries that were defeated during that war were largely marginalized or contained as a measure of preventing them from becoming a threat to global peace and security. They were arguably co-opted into the global institutions and systems of governance later, but importantly within the prism of the Cold War that largely defined global affairs after the Second World War. There are several forces now with a strategic motive that have since come to the fore. Much of the colonial world has been liberated. Climate change is a global challenge that poses an existential threat to humanity. Demographic changes in the population of the world and the inherent migration patterns underpinning it have changed markedly. The dizzying speed of evolution of technologies, notably artificial intelligence, machine learning, bring about it in almost equal measures opportunities and risk. The deep sea and the deep space areas of inquiry and exploitation that require progressive and equitable global governance, non-state actors often play a role equal to or even bigger than state actors, including terrorist networks and transnational criminal syndicates, and the capacity of a few countries to take and effect decisions across the world, including outside the context of the established institution of global governance. This obviously an evolution at some level of the naval blockade imposed on France towards the end of the 18th century. Without a doubt, the current architecture has prejudiced the countries of the South more than the countries of the North. The scope of issues that are covered or require global governance is very wide and affects almost every facet of humanity. And the question is, what do we do with it as the global South, but what do we do with it as South Africa, given the opportunity to lead the G20, and that's what will define our presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll move into our next session, Urban Futures in the Global South. While I wait for my colleagues to set up the stage, I'll make a quick housekeeping announcement for everyone that's flown into Cape Town. We do have an airport transfers desk set up right outside Somerset Suites, my apologies. Please do go to the desk and reconfirm your transfers. इनायत को बोल पानी की बोतल चेंज करिए. All right. Our next session, Urban Futures in the Global South. I'd like to invite our speakers, Sebastian Delfino, architect, S&D Architects from Chile, Mariana Rondon, Program Director for Plataforma CIPO Brazil, and Dikshu Kukreja, Managing Principal, CP Kukreja Architects and Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Albania. Our moderator, please join us on stage. All right. So over to you.
Former President Thabo Mbeki and other distinguished delegates, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here and be part of very engaging conversations that we've been hearing today. And I must begin by first thanking the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and ORF for setting up this forum where we can engage in these conversations. And while we have spoken or heard a lot today about a plethora of issues, particularly related to the global south, I think one of the aspects we need to now engage in is about our physical environment. And that's how our cities are poised in the 21st century. And while we are in this beautiful city of Cape Town, we cannot but remember that just a couple of years ago, this is a city which was running dry completely on water, one of the basic necessities for our existence. And the city that I come from, New Delhi, right now as we speak, has turned into a horrific gas chamber where the air quality index has reached a level which has actually gone beyond any scale of measurement. And that's where New Delhi is headed. So in this kind of a situation, I think it's very important for us to engage in these conversations about our cities and their future. So I'm going to start with Mariana. Your thoughts about what you see as urban future for the global south, and what is it that we can actually learn from each other, our shared experiences that can come to the fore in solving some of the issues that are plaguing our cities.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It is a great pleasure to represent Plataforma Cipó and to join the discussions today on urban futures in Global South. I think this is a $1 trillion question, and we have a hard task here to keep you awake and paying attention 7:30 p.m. But thank you very much for the invitation. So I'll start by saying that why this discussion is so important. Urban areas are in the front line of climate change, and that's it in the intersection of some of the most critical issues that we are facing nowadays globally, such as, for example, urban development, climate adaptation, and sustainable growth. When we look to urban areas, more than 50% of the global population nowadays lives in urban areas. When we think about 2050, more than 70% of the global population will be living in urban areas. Looking to Latin America, where we come from, more than 80% of the population already lives in urban areas. So this is why we can say that the local level is where we have the main problems, and also the main solutions are based there at local levels. So I'll start by, when we look to the urban futures, thinking about your question, we cannot speak about urban futures without speaking about 4 main topics, which are climate and development financing, social justice and inclusion, multi-level and multi-stakeholders approach, and connecting local actions to global solutions, also having in mind the needs for localized priorities. So when we speak about the Global South, we usually speak about as if it was a unique entity, which is not. So of course we have old problems and shared challenges that we still are facing. For example, when we look to the impacts of rapid urbanization, the socio-economic disparities, and so on. The list is enormous. However, we need to have in mind that although we have several shared challenges, we also have main specific needs and also priorities. So what has changed if we are talking about old problems? What is the difference? What are we talking about now? The main difference is the urgency and the financial burden of the climate change impacts. This is what is different now, and this is something for us to discuss here. And I'll starting by the first topic that I mentioned about climate and development financing. Why this is so important, why this is a critical question to think of who will or should pay the bill. So when we look to the global north, we know that around 70% of historical emissions come from the global north. So, and that means that although the developing countries are not the most responsible for the crisis that we are in today. They are the most impacted ones. So this is a question that it's critical for us when we talk about urban futures. We cannot talk about urban futures without talking about climate and development financing. And this is even more crucial when we look to developing countries, because besides all the climate action agenda, we also have basic needs that needs to be fulfilled that we haven't get there yet. So, for example, energy, accessibility and affordable housing, and so on. So closing infrastructure gaps that we still have. So this is why this is central for the debate when we think about urban priorities.
So Mariana, in this, while you've laid out the broad framework of what urban futures in the global south are facing today, I'm going to ask you, Sebastian, what do you see in a situation where the geographies are varying across the global south, the economic realities are before us, and Mariana just mentioned about the challenges also of what cities face or what our local governments face about financing, urban financing, and the climate issues that we all are also very well aware of. Where do you see the urban development goals moving in this direction?
Well, can you listen? Yes. First of all, thanks to everyone involved in organizing this and take all these people here. Well, addressing your question, Dikshu, and what Mariana is talking about, I come from Chile, and we have a very diverse geography, and our country, it's a kind of laboratory for different urban development. We have, in the north of our country, we have the driest places on the earth. This is the Atacama Desert. And on the contrary, on the south, we have the Patagonia, that is one of the most dense native forests in the earth. And we need to adapt and tailor urban strategies for this geographic diversity. How do we do that? There is like many manual protocols, books. We think that it's enough of that. We have to take action with these manuals and take this to the specific situations. Just, I will tell about 2 examples. In the Atacama Desert, how do we develop urban strategies? We have to provide water. This is the most important thing when you are habitating this place. And the solution is very simple. It's simple to say, right? But it's not a technology that does not exist. It's the salinization of water to provide potable water to all those cities and watering some of the public spaces that you have around the city. It's not that difficult to think that getting water from the ocean you will be able to develop the cities in the arid, in the more driest places in the earth. And on the contrary, you have the Patagonia area that we share this with Argentina and Chile. How do we make urban strategies for that? Probably the most important active in this place of the earth is the native forest. Then how do we develop cities or increase the areas of the cities in a place like this? Probably it's be careful to preserve this nature, considering that this is the most important active that we have now in the earth, considering the climate change and climate conditions. If we need to make more resilient cities or urban strategies, we have to think locally for what we are developing in those places.
So I think that's very interesting when you talk about think locally, because on the one level, if we see our cities, be it in Chile, Brazil, India, Indonesia, South Africa, and so on, across global south, the challenges faced are very similar. And yet, the idea of engaging with local communities, I think, is something which is very important and has been part of even the SDGs. And I remember this morning when Minister Sharma mentioned this statistic, astounding statistic, that only 17% yet has been achieved of the SDG goals, which are actually meant to be 100% achieved by 2030. So I'm going to ask you, Mariana, about how can we have these UN SDG goals really now fast forwarded towards meeting the success that they had to. And for that, how can we engage with local communities to make this happen?
So the first thing, when we look to the SDGs, although it's a universal framework, the first and main issue we need to think about localizing the SDGs. So to make sure that this light is so strong, sorry, so that we adapt, we make sure that the global solutions that we have are adapt at local level. So that means to have targets and local indicators, first of all, to track on this, and to engage local communities, and especially the most vulnerable ones, are key in this process. We are not going to get there if we truly don't engage the local communities and the most affected ones. And there are several methodologies and tools to do this nowadays. The UN, we can think of, for example, they have the ESG forums. They also have the budget participatory process. So there are several ways of achieving it to make sure that the public policy, they reflect the needs and the voice of the most needed and also the most vulnerable ones. So without it, we are not going to get there. The other thing is, again, about the financing. So when we see, it's not only about how much we are talking about, the quantity, the amount of the resource, but also the quality of these and how, especially local governments and cities, how they can access. When we think about Global South, the vast majority, I would say, of local communities and local governments, states and local and municipalities, they don't have the capabilities, the technical knowledge, for example, to assess these funds that we have in place nowadays. When we look to multilateral development banks, for example, they do have some financing tools and mechanisms, but how do we make sure that the cities and the state government, so we are talking about the local level, how do we make sure that they can access these? And the first thing is about technical knowledge. So the South-South cooperation plays a key role here because, as we already spoke, we do have several challenges that we shared, and we also have great solutions and best practice to be shared. And this is something that we need to better explore.
I agree with you. And one of the things that is generally spoken about a lot is that the policies that are made at the local government level, how much do they actually end up engaging with the communities? How much do they have the technical skill to be framing those policies? Because if the policy goes awry, the results of implementation are bound to go in the wrong direction. So from that point of view, I think there is a lot of opportunity to see and seek and share knowledge between the Global South, the cities. I'm going to move to one of the other very pertinent aspects, I think, cities across the globe which they are facing is about climate change. And as a result, how can we create climate resilient cities? Because today, across the world, across geographies, you find that there is always issues about climate change and how perishing the results are. So I'd like to know from you, Sebastian, how do you see the aspects of learning that can take place within Global South? Because for long, we have followed examples from Western nations or the Global North, and not necessarily those solutions today can be applied to cities in the Global South. The context has changed. Frankly, the climate and its challenges have changed. So how do you see that?
Well, first of all, we have to think that in Spain, a few weeks ago, they get flooded. It's not only on the Global South, what the problems with the climate change that we're facing. And some months ago, US always suffered another storm, and future President Trump said the resilient infrastructure is not necessary here, it's very expensive, right? And if we take these issues that I guess are the same issues, but to the Global South, we have to think with the nature in the cities. not against the nature. Then again, I will go up with some examples that we have in this case in Santiago and probably in many other cities or cities where you live. What do you do with the flood management? Today, one of the main problems in the city, how do you manage the rainwaters? We will have many intense events of rains. In Brazil, you know better than us. In India, it's almost the same. How do we manage these water storms? And probably use the public space as a way to make resilient infrastructure that manage this water with the public space, like a kind of sponge city that you can retain this water, wait, the rain stop, and then you start to manage this water. Could be a good way to solve this problem, right? And on the same time, you overlay another layer of the city that is public space that will engage communities in some places in common. And another example that I guess it's very interesting, in Chile we have a very strong earthquakes. We lived 14 years ago an 8.8 earthquake. I guess is the most intense earthquake that have been measured in the earth since there's measures, right? And there is a small town, Constitution, in the central zone that was not devastated because of the earthquake. It was devastated because of the tsunami that came after the earthquake. And this is probably a good example where the private sector, there was a main forestry company that provide probably 90% of the job position for this town, and also the public sectors that come along with a strategy of redesigning this city, but protect for future events. And then they use or consider the forest, for instance, as a way to mitigate new waves in the future, and start to plan that city or redesign that city with these considerations. This is, I feel, different tools that we can use in the entire global south and maybe in the north or the global north or in every country to face these kind of challenges.
That's true, but you know, a lot of times we hear when you speak about infrastructure for cities, the first thing that comes on people's mind is, where does the money come from? How do you make sure that there's urban financing? In that situation, there's a lot of discussion on public-private collaboration. Where can the public-private partnership come forward to transform our cities? So what do you feel about it, Mariana? How do you see this? Do you first of all see this as a viable model? And if so, how do you think it can really be put in place generally across cities in Global South?
Definitely. So the challenge that we have are extremely complex, and we need everyone in the table. First of all, working together and in partnership. The other thing that I wanted to raise is that the solutions are already there. So it is crucial, and for sure that the private sector, they have a crucial role to play when we look to urban transformation and partnerships between public and private sector. We can look for technology, innovation, and also access to universal service as well, which is quite important, looking to, for example, water supply and so on. But there are, besides the public and private partnerships, also a very interesting experience that we have, for example, in Brazil from local governments. We have several consortiums of state governments that are working together to exchange, and also to exactly what you said. So they are bringing together the experience and also the lessons learned from different weather extreme that they have been through, the different states, and sharing knowledge and how they can work together. So also another interesting that I just remember, it's in the state government of Espírito Santo. They have royalties from oil, and the governor, they are using this money to create a fund where they are supporting all the municipalities of the state to start their adaptation plans, which is quite innovative and using the resource that is currently coming from fossil fuels to make this change to a green economy?
So there are many innovative examples out there. You know, this kind of a session about our cities, I would have imagined Samir would have given us 2 hours to talk about it, but he's planted a time bomb in front of me, which is ticking away. So I'm going to just ask for very quickly your closing thoughts, comments, and then we'll open it to the audience about the future of our cities, and how can this urban future for the Global South, what in your closing comments would you say is the direction forward? So we'll go with you first, Sebastian.
Okay, thanks. Well, considering that urban areas are under a really huge pressure because of the opportunities that urban areas presents, we have to take advantage of the rural areas. How do we plan these rural areas? Those are constellations of small towns or medium-sized cities. Take advantage of this. Probably we have to put eyes on these places, but thinking a kind of development that preserve the nature in cases where the nature is like an active for tourism, for preserve temperature or whatever, and on the other side preserve agricultural land. It will secure us to have food for the future, right? Even when now we can produce meat that is not meat or milk that is not milk, but we need that land for produced food. This is one thought. And another that I think it's more broad, in the city there is a lot of money. Resources will come. I think that the key issue here is the coordination of that resources come to the right place, and not twice or third, just one time, and make it good. It's not about money, it's about coordination. And this is related to the government or the state and thinking a long-term vision for the city, not just for the period you are managing the country, 4 years, 6 years, it depends on the countries. And I think those are like final thoughts from my point of view.
Marianne.
So we cannot think of urban futures without thinking of adequate financing, also to make sure that we truly put people in the center of public policy. We are not going to get there if we truly are not be able to do this, engage local communities and especially the most vulnerable ones. And the third one is, as you mentioned, it's about coordination. And this is really hard when we think about that we need an approach at multi-level, and also multi-stakeholders are all seated in the table. So these are the main takeaways, and I would say, just to conclude, that cooperation and partnership has a key role here, especially the South-South cooperation, where we have so much to learn and exchange.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I am also a very strong proponent of the fact that urban migration is one of the aspects we need to really look at. Because how much can we allow our cities to expand and then go about trying to solve problems? So what you mentioned about a balanced rural development as well, or outside the city development, is one of the big solutions. And of course, engaging communities. Who knows their problems better than the people themselves? So why not engage with them, involve them in problem solving? And what we all agree about is this cooperation between cities across Global South, because we all are facing the same problems, and if only we can communicate with each other, we have solutions there to share with each other. So I think great points of conclusion there. I'm going to now open it up to the audience for questions or comments, if any. I'm sure people here feel for their cities, are concerned about their cities, and have ideas about them.
Dikshu, can I pose a question to the panelists, please?
Sure, please.
I'm Samir Saran. I work at the Observer Research Foundation. Quick question. You spoke about local communities, but there is also local indigenous knowledge of built environments. Some could argue that some years ago, centuries ago, we were perhaps more in sync with the places, with geographies we lived in than we are today because of the mass infrastructure designs that have now proliferated the planet. So my question to you is, how do you build capabilities, and how do you build a new breed of architects, designers, and a construction industry that actually take forward indigenous knowledge and build the 21st century world?
Great question. Sebastian, would you like to respond to that?
Maybe start you first.
Sure, absolutely. No, I think one of the big lessons for all of us to first imbibe lesson 101 is that vernacular knowledge and vernacular solutions, which have existed over, like Samir just said, centuries. But somewhere, I think, particularly in the 20th century, we have become very arrogant as a civilization. And we felt that whatever were solutions in the past were literally passé, and we need to invent solutions and impose those solutions on communities. And I think that's not worked so well. I mean, I give this example often about the minister just mentioned in her address right now about getting stuck in Cape Town traffic. Now, that's one thing I feel you can travel anywhere in the world, in any city, and we all face the same problem. And that's because we have actually ended up finding that the private vehicle, our car, is the only way of commute in cities, which is obviously not the best sustainable solution. So like this, I think the problems are self-created, and we are looking for solutions which are not vernacular, as Samir just posed. Sebastian, would you like to comment further?
Yeah, just to add something to this, we need to consider the participatory process in the beginning of the projects, because many times in public tender specifically, we found that the participatory process is just a way to validate what the state or the government or the authority want to do in some place, maybe for make and cut the line to take the picture. But if we don't consider that from the origin, you won't be able to validate those proposals, those urban projects, in the place where it will take action, that it's in the community. And then I feel that a well-driven participatory process on the origin of the project should be mandatory for every public project. Not all the projects maybe, but every public project, look for those solutions that I come again with the concept, it's think locally. They have the solution. Many times people have the solution, not technical.
Absolutely. Any more questions there? Yeah, if you'd like to just walk up to the mics, please, on either end. Is that Vanshika? Yeah, hi, please go. Could you speak up louder or maybe closer to the mic?
So it said if the 19th century was a century of empires, the 20th century was a century of nation states, the 21st century is really going to be the century of cities. I'd like to know from you all if you could pick some best practices and cities that you feel are really exemplary examples of urban futures, and what features of those cities are that you could highlight with us and share with us.
Excellent question. Either of you, would you like to answer that, Mariana? In your experience, where do you see any cities that come to your mind as best practice, or cities from where we can imbibe certain aspects?
I think we don't have one city with one best practice. We have several cities with several best practice, and that's what we need to look at. So when thinking about cities and local governments, this is why it's so important to understand that, again, although the challenges are shared among us, we do have specificities, but the solutions are already there. What we need to do is technical cooperation, which is really hard to do it properly. And I mean South-South cooperation, global South cooperation. So it doesn't come to my mind like one example of city, but several, it depends. When we look to education, to, I don't know, to waste systems, and there are several examples. And also in Brazil, as I mentioned, we are having several experience with, it's not cities, but local governments, state governments working together from consortiums to exactly for this, to exchange knowledge and work together in the same challenge that they are facing.
Sebastian.
I think it's not, I agree with Mariana, it's not about one city as an example. I feel that it's about initiative in different cities. And nowadays, we're facing many like sport games like that are globally. And World Cup here in South Africa like 20 or 12 years ago, what happened with this infrastructure today? Or in Rio de Janeiro with the Olympic Games, what happened with this infrastructure? Millions of dollars used for just 1 or 2 months. What could you do with this today? Then, again, I come up with some examples. In Chile, we host the Pan American Games for 2 months. We need to host like 5,000 sport teams for different countries. And we build up social housing that in the first stage was used for sport teams, and after this was part of social housing that the state gave to many families, 1,000 families. And this project was a way to consider the public infrastructure with dual uses. First, one use, after, or in the second stage, another use. And all this money was used to improve the city, not for build up new infrastructure that after the games, we will not be able to support or maintain this infrastructure. Then those are initiatives, more than cities. I feel that are initiatives, because even in the best city of the world, if for you it's somewhere, there are going to be many issues. It's about initiatives, and how can you coordinate those initiatives?
So I think in that respect, conversations such as this at least can be the beginning for engaging us and for initiating where probably other initiatives can then develop into programs, policies, and then the sharing of knowledge, like we are talking about, can actually go about helping in shaping our cities in the 21st century, as Vanshika just mentioned, the century for cities, that we can actually create more livable communities. So we could carry on with these conversations, but time's certainly up. But I would urge you to keep thinking about this issue, because really where we live, where we exist, should be at the core of our hearts and our value systems, and that's the only way we'll find the right, honest solutions to it. So thank you very much, and I once again appreciate the organizers.
Thank you. If I could request our panelists and our moderator to join us at the front of the stage for a quick photograph, and my team to please turn to the stage around. We're moving into our last panel before we break for dinner. The panel is called Trailblazing Women, Shaping Entrepreneurship in the Global South. We'll be talking about how women are catalysts for economic development and social transformation. They're breaking boundaries and building brighter futures for our communities. We have an esteemed panel before us. Joining us is Priscilla Gantonier, Program Officer, UNESCO UNIVOC, Bhuvan Bagga, Special Correspondent, South Asia Bureau, AFP India, Charlotte Rose, Founder and Director, North Star Australia, Patricia Smith, Sustainability Consultant, and moderated by Soline Kaufman, Co-Founder, Agora AI France. Thank you. Ms. Kaufman, over to you.
Well, good evening, everyone. This is the last session, so first of all, congratulations for making it through this first day. I know the different panels were super informative, sometimes challenging conversations, but always super interesting. I want to start by thanking ORF and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for hosting us and providing an opportunity for different voices to express themselves. My name is Soline Kaufman, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to this very important panel called Trailblazing Women, Shaping Entrepreneurship in the Global South. In this panel, we will explore the different challenges that women face on their entrepreneurial journeys, as well as elaborate on some of the solutions that can be put in place to help them. And before we jump in the conversation, I want to maybe start with a few remarks to celebrate the significant contributions that women entrepreneurs have to economic development and social transformation. Women entrepreneurs, they're not just mere business owners. They're very much catalysts for changes, and they're transformative powers behind economic growth for their communities and societies. According to International Finance Corporation, women in growing markets contribute up to 90% of their revenues towards their families and uplifting their communities. This highlights the critical role women play in building sustainable futures, specifically in the Global South. And in fact, if we're looking at women contribution in emerging markets, this contribution could add up to as much as $28 trillion in global GDP by 2025 if we enable women to have access to the same resources and opportunities as men. So this is a staggering figure that highlights the untapped potential of women entrepreneurs and the critical importance of sponsoring and supporting them in their entrepreneurial journeys. So how do we unlock this amazing opportunity, and how do we support women entrepreneurs? So there are key challenges that they're facing. We're not going to go through all of them this evening, of course, because dinner is waiting, but I want to maybe highlight a few of them. Cultural prejudices, limited access to entrepreneurial education, key skill sets, mentoring and network, and finally, the lack of specific funding. So we'll explore these different questions, and to start this discussion, I am very pleased and excited to introduce you to our panel. So we have Bhuvan Baga, who's a special correspondent, South Africa Bureau, working for Agence France Presse. We have Priscilla Gattoni, program officer at UNESCO Univoc. We have Charlotte Rose, who's a founder and director of North Star, and finally, Patricia Smith, who's a sustainability consultant. So maybe let me start this panel by asking you one very simple yet interesting and challenging question. What or who is a woman entrepreneur? If you can describe that person in a few words. Maybe Priscilla, if you want to start.
Okay, thank you so much for this. It's such a great honor to be in this panel. If I think about the definition, I don't want to get into what an entrepreneur is, but we've had a lot of conversation on this. It's not clear who an entrepreneur is, but from the definition that we use from where I work is that we look at a person who is able to change an idea into an opportunity, but focusing on the value. So what value do you provide in any kind of business that you're doing? So we have different schools of thoughts when it comes to this. It could be someone who is innovating something that you want to develop that is very fresh, that has never been seen before. Or it could be someone who is just buying products from Alibaba to come and sell in their neighborhood. This is a business owner. Or it could be someone who just sees what the neighbor is doing and they decide to start selling that. So we don't really try to get into the definitions, but at the end of the day, are you providing any value? What value are you adding? And are you able to create opportunities for other people as well as for yourself? So that is what I would conclude as an entrepreneur.
Maybe Charlotte, in a few words, or one or two, can you describe what a woman entrepreneur is or who she is?
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting point you raise around value. I really find in this conversation, it's really important to note the paradox of women in leadership, period. So many of us recognize and so many of us have experienced that it is a complex position to be in as a woman in leadership. When we think leadership, there is a history of thinking about men. And actually, as women entrepreneurs, we have a huge responsibility not only to add value, but really to be change makers for the future of how it is leadership, period, is done. I actually had a touch of South Africa right before I got here. Trevor Noah was visiting Australia, an old friend of mine, and I loved the closing statement he had at his comedy show. He said, I hope to see a world in which
women are running the world. And with that as a concept, I was left thinking, what is it that challenges so much in evolving where it is we're at to be in a position where all areas have women that are leading? And it is so exciting for us that the entrepreneurial space is a space where we are seeing huge growth of women in leadership. In Africa, 1 in 4. In China, 1 in 3. In India, 1 in 5. What it is to be a woman entrepreneur today, and I myself run my own business, it means you are everything at all times to your organization. You are the accountant, you are the marketing and sales, you are the CEO, you're the director, you are the customer services for all things, and really having to think about how is it I take a vision, irrespective of what area it is, and really evolve it into action and something that we can create followership, energy, and interest around. And I think it requires a huge amount of skills that I'm excited that hopefully we'll dive into today.
Patricia, maybe in a few words. I'm trying to get to a point here, and I'm noticing that nobody can give me a description of a woman entrepreneur in 2 or 3 words. So I'm taking you on this challenge now.
It is a challenge because everything is almost described so perfectly, but I can also say a woman has to be everything at all points in time. And creating value, I think, is very special to women, that they create a value for their community. They have children, so they have to think about their children. And I think that's a little bit what describes, in particular, a woman as an entrepreneur.
When you're the last.
Okay, thank you. I can't really add much to what you've said, but I'll add one thing. Women entrepreneurs today are relatively rare breed, and that speaks not to their capability or ability, that speaks more to the system that we have, structures that we have that are put in place. So you're describing about what they need to be, which is same as what men in the field have also got to be, but for you, you are relatively rare because you've got more hurdles to jump and more hoops to take care of. That's how I see it.
Yes, so a woman entrepreneur can be your sister, your mother, your aunt, fine. It could be someone who's working in the farming industry, in the biotech industry. So there are many, many ways of looking at women entrepreneurs in different areas and different industries. And I think it's important to see that it's not just this unicorn figure, and that anyone and everyone can be a woman entrepreneur. I want to move towards the notion of perception, and specifically how perception in different cultures can either hinder or can accelerate an entrepreneurial journey for women. Bhuvan, you've been traveling the world and you've been seeing different cultures and different communities. Can you touch a little bit on that point, on how different cultures and perceptions of women can either accelerate their journey or hinder it?
I think I'll start with my home, India itself. India itself's got 1.4 billion people, and one issue that you see in India across is that you can talk about finance, access to finance, you can talk about government policies, and you can talk about different issues when it comes to promoting women in the field. But till the time you address something which is fundamental, which is actually at the root of a lot of these issues, is the way society is structured on the ground, the way people in the villages think, the way people in the small towns think about what women needs to be or what women ought to do in a day-to-day basis or in the field. Till the time you can address those issues, you can't really talk about you can talk about these issues simultaneously, but you can't really expect something organic to come out of it. If you want a full chain of women coming out in the field and organically building institutions, building companies in the long run and self-sustaining them, you need to address some of the issues which have got nothing directly to do with business, nothing directly to do with laws or the challenges that women have to face when it comes to accessing finance or having legacy networks where they can rely and bank on knowledge or ideas that other women may be able to share. It's got to do with the fact that a woman in a village needs to, or in a city needs to be able to travel safely alone to a longer distance. It needs to address to the fact that a woman doesn't just have to be bound and tied inside her home, and that village or that home remains or is her entire world. And I mean, till the time more women are able to go out freely, move within villages, within cities, within towns, and interact with other women, you won't really have an organic flow of ideas or organic flow of thoughts that could actually be built into even small local level companies or local level businesses, which is ultimately what grows into a bigger business for men.
And how do we change that? How do we change those perceptions or those, cultural norms? Have you seen some successful examples of practices being put in place, or is it done, organically?
I think as a journalist and basing it on the stories that I've seen across India or across the region generally, you're talking about Global South, and I'm guessing a lot of those stories are similar, is governments need to ensure at the grassroots level, I'm not talking at the top, maybe even at the top, but at the grassroots level certainly, get more women out, whether it's through political processes, whether by ensuring that they participate in the local democratic processes, contest in it. Like in India, you've got in villages, village heads are women. Like when the entire process started, when the government mandated that women be elected, that only women can be village heads in different areas, initially people found a way around that. Like in most cases, it was ultimately husbands or fathers or brothers who were running the show. Women were basically placeholders, signing the papers and signing the dotted line wherever they were told to. But the idea behind it was good. So gradually over a period of 5, 6, 7, 10 years, even out of 100, if you had 15, 20 women actually realizing that they have been given power and they have now more access to ideas, people, sources, and networks, they managed to step up and take the mantle. So that is how you actually bring change. So you had, and those 20 women or those 15 women were actually the ones who inspired others, who did not have to just look at a reservation or a affirmative action to come into a place. They had somebody to look forward to. So that is how I think you ultimately change a society. And since those changes have brought women out, in many cases, those changes have also ensured that women managed to find their own networks, and those networks gave them ideas.
And beyond perception, maybe if we move towards education, because you can change perceptions by, providing role models and changing, certain instances of governance. But education also plays a key role, right, in empowering women. So, Priscilla, I know that UNESCO Univoc is deeply involved in promoting skill development and vocational training. So, in your experience, what type of specific skills or training do we need to provide for women entrepreneurs to be successful?
Thank you for that. So there's this perception that entrepreneurship, you don't need to get trained. They say entrepreneurs are born. You just wake up and start doing something, selling something. And I try to compare this to running a marathon. It's just a matter of putting one leg in front of the other and letting the wind do the magic, right? Until you actually get on the ground. So the ground things are very different. You'll start feeling your spleen wants to burst. You have like blood rushing on your head. And soon enough, you start to analyze and to understand that it's not a matter of just starting something, especially in a marathon. You have to, it's a game change. It's about the mindset. It's about perseverance. It's about not giving up. It's planning, is working hard every day to improve. So when you think about skill development when it comes to entrepreneurship and women, I'm going to talk about 3 key points that I perceive as very important. And we're going to look at technical and vocational education and training. This is the area that I work on. And if you look around you, we say everything that you see today has actually been done by someone who is technically trained. The chairs that you're sitting on were welded by someone. So basically when you think about technical and vocational education and training, especially in the Global South, we see that a lot of our economies are around 80% in the informal market. So if you look at the nexus, what we've been talking about, the just and dual transition, so we're seeing different levels of enterprises that come up. So we're talking about the green and sustainability enterprises, we're talking about the digital enterprises, as well as the social enterprises. So if you think about who are the drivers of this, you'll find that a lot, we still have a big gap when it comes to women entrepreneurs. And when am I saying this? Recently, LinkedIn actually published a report talking about the number of green skills that are available. So if you look at 10 women, it's only 1 woman has a green skill. And you think about where we are headed. In 2030, we are talking about moving into this dual transition, and we're seeing that women don't have the green skills that are needed to transition into climate-efficient ways. Then we talk about digital skills. There's a huge gap. We're talking about digital divide. I'm not even going to get into that because that has been discussed profoundly in these sessions. So when we look at this, we go back and understand what are the skill mismatch that we're seeing, what are the things that we need to train our students as well as the grown-ups when it comes to development. So technical vocational education means that you gain a skill that is technical in a way that if you're able to understand how to lay this carpet, you will be able to formulate and come up with ideas on how to make it an enterprise and develop something out of it. So this is key when it comes to entrepreneurship. What we're seeing today is that a lot of women don't have these technical skills because of that gap, and it comes back to training. So we're seeing many women are not getting into STEM courses. And of course, there's a bad perception, as my colleague has said here, bad perception when it comes to how do I join a technical school? And these technical schools are something that you'll not find in universities. These are people who train on very short courses to be able to just answer to the labor market. So these are the key things. The second point is about confidence, self-efficacy, and agency. So a lot of women, because of these stereotypes that have been happening, you'll find that someone who has no level of digital or green skill, they're not going to innovate in that space. So you're only captured to innovate or to do business within the knowledge that you have. So you end up finding a lot of women, if you walk in the streets of Nairobi, where I come from, or Accra, or even Kampala, all the women, you'll see them, they're selling bread, they're selling these small businesses that, of course, are known not to be as lucrative as something that is more technical. So this is the difference that we see between the enterprises that are run by men and women. So it comes back to what is the problems, this confidence. And this is actually started from the way we go. So the inequalities you see in the labor market today, they started in school. So the lack of confidence is because for many years, women and girls have been told, this is what you're supposed to do. Don't think about technical, don't be too technical, do something that is easier. And this is what we're missing because the future is going to be digital and technical, and we don't have enough women doing that. So at the end of the day, self-confidence, to be able to actually have the agency to do something towards it, it becomes a problem. Then the other activity that we see that women enterprises need a lot is networking and mentorship. You talked about role models, and this is a key point because you can only, if you can visualize what you want to become in future, you start working on it. If you visualize yourself as an entrepreneur, you start thinking about who else is an entrepreneur. We don't have an equivalent of Elon Musk for a woman. When you think about it, and you just want to say, so when I grew up personally in Kenya, the only visualization I had or role modeling was the women that worked. They worked in the market, selling groceries and all that. So in my mindset, I already think that entrepreneurship is limited to selling groceries and other things. So basically we see that when we don't have role models who are women, who are working on entrepreneurship, especially in the technical fields, we are limited to really advancing in that area, and we end up doing small jobs and etc. At the same time, networking. We have these networking groups, and this is a skill. Networking is a skill itself. We see that a lot of businesses are not closed in the boardrooms, as we know. They're closed in a 9-hole golf course activity or a networking like this today. So you don't go and sit down and wait for a boardroom meeting for that to be convened. We don't have enough women who are playing golf, for example. We don't have them. And even the ones that we have, they end up sitting together as a woman group. So we have women in boards, women in enterprises, women in ITC, women in this, and we miss out on the men. So we end up not getting a lot of knowledge when it comes to peer learning, exchange of knowledge, getting opportunities. And at the end of the day, the men don't understand the needs that we need as women when it comes to entrepreneurship. And at the same time, we end up not doing anything. So in terms of training, and I'm going back to your question, in terms of training, these are the critical aspects that we see. Entrepreneurship does not mean that once you learn to become an entrepreneur, you must start a business. No, entrepreneurship is about a mindset. You're able to learn critical skills that are transferable to any kind of activity that you want to do. When you have that mindset, you are able to quickly move into a business. Even if you're employed, you have so many agile masters. This is an entrepreneurial mindset. And this is what we train, and this is why it's important for all women to have this entrepreneurial mindset.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And you touched a little bit upon, the topic of leadership. And you spoke about, vocational training and having the technical skills. But I want maybe to delve a little bit more into the leadership aspect of things. Charlotte, you've advised and supported different leaders across the public, civil sector, as well as the private sector. Now you're having a leadership consultancy activity. Can you tell us a bit more about the soft skill sets that are required, and if leadership for women is something that needs to be learned or something that is intrinsic and needs to be exposed?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. Priscilla, you've done such a good job on the base of what we see. There are specific things. We just had Alta Manjani up here talking about the importance of skilling and reskilling, and I can't stress this enough. Even in the entrepreneurial space, there are foundations that won't change. There are things that we have to continue to evolve with. And when we think about it, the very first thing that comes to mind as you ask the question, I was delivering some training in March in India. There was a room full of women, and I asked them all to raise a hand if they identified somebody in their world that they recognized would be a great role model, somebody that they were fascinated by or interested in, that they thought they could learn from. Everybody raised a hand. I asked the group then, could you please keep your hand up if you have approached any of those role models or leaders to ask for help, for mentorship? Not one hand in the room. And so when we look at it, the first thing with respect to network is it is more challenging across cultures and communities for women by the way that we socialize, by the way that we connect, by the access that we have, and the culture norms that go with it. You take some cultures, India pops to mind, where there are norms about what is acceptable or not acceptable for you as a woman as well to be connecting in with, the purpose of your connections. It's really important, I think, from the outset that we think about how are we upskilling the thinking around approach to uptaking opportunities and really leveraging them. So how do you build a network? To this point around self-efficacy, it can't be understated, right? We aren't going to get the job done through others. We need to make sure that we are positioning ourselves. I spoke to several VC funds before coming here to ask, why is there a gap? We know that 1 in 4 women, for example, in Africa is an entrepreneur. We see sub 7% of VC funding going into women. It is, I think, approximately 2% in the US, and it's about 1% in Europe. It is not unique to this region. It's not unique to the global south. It's a global issue. But there is a challenge with that. And so when I work with women, one of the key questions that I have is, how are you positioning yourself and how do you communicate and discuss who it is you are and what it is you do? Patricia and I had a conversation even before we came up here today. How many women struggle to say, I'm an entrepreneur and this is what I do and this is what I believe in and this is why it is I believe you should back me over any other? It is not a natural way of communicating for women. So, really getting into mindset, confidence building is absolutely essential. I was at an accelerator event in Australia that I was running sales training. And one of the key questions I was asking them is, how can you introduce yourself in a way that really communicates your belief in your business first and foremost, and your belief in yourself? When we look at VCs, they are investing not just in the business, they're investing in founders. And so how are you positioning yourself as a woman leader, recognizing you sit in a leadership paradox? So I think they're core things. I have sort of 5 skill sets that I really consider important beyond that. The first is communication. So, when we look at it, there are strategies behind how you sell effectively. There are strategies behind how you pitch. There are strategies for how it is you think about your marketing. If you are somebody that is very removed, perhaps, from urban environments, how can you leverage digital and technological platforms in order for you to have a greater reach. That all requires thought process, it requires exposure, and it requires some level of training. So making sure that that is available is incredibly important. Vision and strategy. It doesn't matter how big the corporation is. I've done a lot of work with leaders on strategy, and so certainly if you've not been exposed to that, how do we make sure that you have the ability to really think through what is going to be my approach with thought, so that it's not just I woke up and I thought today maybe I'll try getting this product out there. And then particularly from a leadership perspective, there are the soft and the hard skills. So, as we grow, as we scale, we've got to think about how do we, as women, also inspire followership, and particularly inspire followership in some cases, in some communities, in men that we need to have as part of that conversation. So really thinking about engagement, thinking about how it is you establish yourself as a point of inspiration with clear vision, clear communication, clear purpose is incredibly important. The ability to relate to others, the ability to relate to your market becomes incredibly important. And then aside that, the practicalities of, as I'm growing, I'm probably taking on more responsibilities than I necessarily have skill for in all areas. How do I make sure that I am managing my time? How do I recognize with self-awareness where it is I have strength and where I don't? And that's a really important conversation and question as well for entrepreneurs. We have the tech and the digital, and you've spoken to that already, so I'm not going to labor the point, but we're in the fourth industrial revolution. If we don't get a handle on equipping women with technological, with digital skills at this point in time, the gap is only going to broaden. So, that's incredibly important. And then I spoke to one business owner who sits across several businesses. His background's finance. I mean, it's a huge advantage if you understand the mechanics of finance for your business, and that's not something that we have typically and historically trained women in. So really making sure that the aspect of actual business management is something that you understand as well is really critical. And I'd say if you can get across those, no small feat, but if you can get across those, you have a standing chance of becoming very competitive in your landscape. But you do need to have a handle on all those areas in order to sustain, knowing that many entrepreneurs will go under in their first couple of years without having that robust and congruent sort of thought process towards maintaining a business that works.
Amazing. And I want to maybe shift the conversation a little bit, because I see that we're running on schedule, but slightly out of time. Patricia, you're an entrepreneur. You've been building different sustainable supply chains in India, notably for your sustainable businesses. And I'm curious maybe to have your thoughts, knowing that we're speaking about the Global South, where environment and social development are so important and so linked. How can women entrepreneurs, build sustainable businesses that are going to be helpful for their communities? Are there specific business models that need to be, designed for it? And how do they get support, specifically financial support?
Thank you so much for your question. And yes, I know the fashion world. I worked with a lot of small actually women in India on the ground, craftsmen, craftswomen, farmers, and I brought an example today, and also I wanted to start or first touch on the point that Ravi Arora made today, and he said we need to create local ecosystems where we link farmers. For example, for me, looking at the farming sector of cotton, we need to be able to create platforms and have organizations on the ground for each village that has different needs. We spoke about it before. Each village has a different language. Each village has a different need. And if we can't, also as Bhuvan mentioned, if we can't empower these villages, men and women, we're also not going to empower women. Sustainability, a whole nother part. So that was for me very important. And then what legislation, since there's so many policymakers maybe here, legislation is a very important part that can give these communities a better standing, and also the companies that are buying into cotton, for example, from India, they need to be able to have in mind the sustainability and the soil health, the human health, which then also comes from bottom up. We cannot, we cannot have any entrepreneurs as women or in that whole sector if we don't look as a company from bottom up and looking at these people in those remote villages. And when looking at a specific example of regenerative agriculture, I found that you can give women a whole nother purpose, because there's so many more works that are all of a sudden coming upon. And there was an example of one woman, and she was actually taking these seeds that were provided by this organization, and she was, preparing them because they're GMO free, and she was preparing them in a certain way, and then she opened up her little shop. So I found that was a wonderful example of how actually you can be an entrepreneur in the best sense, starting from cult or making those seeds, preparing them before they will be cultivated. Of course, coming also to the digital skills, we need to support them, and organizations can be the connector, or NGOs on the ground. So we need to enforce that women get the education they need, the farmers get the education they need, and through digital skills, maybe we can figure out a way, if they can't read or write, to have digital or technology functions in place where they can actually learn by looking at a video instead of having to read something.
Amazing. And I saw, Bhuvan, you wanted to jump in.
I'll just add one point here. I mean, I mentioned political change, which may not really be easy in many cases. But since we're talking about global south, and budgets and finances are always an issue, you're talking about developing countries. So, there are ways countries like India has tried to do that. Financially incentivize women getting engaged in the community by some policies which do not take a lot of investment. Like, I can just give you one example. The Indian government some time back launched a scheme where they said they would train about 15,000 women to fly drones, and they have already trained several dozen, or I guess a few hundred women have been trained already. And these women now are quote-unquote drone pilots in rural areas, and after learning these drone skills, they are being employed and being hired by their local farmers and villages to spray pesticides and insecticides. They can do it more effectively because they've been taught how to fly drones, and government has specifically taught them, given them the equipment and giving them relative subsidies, etc. So it's financially useful for farmers to go and now hire these women, and these women are also offering their services. So some of these women in an age group of 18 to 56, who in their past had never really stepped out of their homes, now with their families seeing the financial incentive of them learning this skill, and then they could possibly earn a lot of cash which can come back to the home, come back to economy, local economy. They are going out, they are forming networks, and they are giving their services. So at some level, they are doing they're running their own businesses, maybe in local villages, going from one place to other, or one town to other, and offering these services. So those are the changes that you can look at in global south, and these don't even take a lot of money. Money is always an issue when you're talking about developing countries. And this also brings meaningful change.
That's amazing. I'd like to open maybe the conversation to the audience. If you have any questions, maybe we'll take 2 or 3 quick fire shots. If you can go to the mic and introduce yourself and ask your question. Thanks.
I don't think it's turned. It is. Hello, my name is Vaja. I'm from Georgia, and I would like to ask a question to Charlotte, if I may. Could you elaborate more about the concept of entrepreneurs being as an active citizens, activists? How do you see that trend? And could you underline some of the positive and negative aspects of this concept? Thank you.
Maybe I'll take maybe another one. I see someone else, and then we can just wrap the answers together.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the amazing panel discussion. So I am Gugulethu Letimpilo Mjali from Echoes of 76, and I am consulting, so I am a female entrepreneur. And my business is focused on SDG 4, And I thought that would be great because I do want to make sure that I make an impact. My question to Priscilla is that while addressing the challenges, such as the limited resources and the systematic inequalities, how do I make sure that the business stays sustainable beyond 2030 and is a business that can go beyond borders, beyond South Africa and to the rest of the world, focusing on SDGs? Thank you.
Solim, can I
Charlotte?
pose a question?
Yes, of course. Let's take 3.
My question would be that, it's a wonderful conversation, so thank you for that discussion. But my question here is that there's, how many men look up to women as icons in entrepreneurship and in business leadership? I think that's a good question to think about. And to juxtapose this with the second question, how many men look up to women political leaders as icons? And suddenly you'll see a very different universe emerge. So men would have political leadership, women political leaders, men would look up to them, Indira Gandhi in India, Margaret Thatcher in UK, Golda Meir in Israel, and many others. So women political leaders are able to attract followership, the word many of you use today, men followership. Women business leaders are unable to. I have not done a survey, so I don't know whether this is true, but I think this might be accurate. Why do you think that? Why is it that when it comes to the business of politics, women seem to be doing better than in the politics of business?
Amazing. Charlotte first, a few words, then Patricia, and maybe Bhuvan if you want to take the last question. Amazing.
Okay, perfect. There are 2 really important questions raised. So the first around our responsibility, and it is a responsibility to be active citizens. I think there's twofold. Is one, we are responsible for driving change within our communities in the businesses that we enact. This whole concept of value, I really like it. I really think that is the question we need to be asking ourselves. And if I think about it, the other side of it is to become role models, to challenge status quo. We do have a bit of a challenge when it comes to a cultural norm where, as of today, the role of women in society has not been on par. It was only 50 years ago that women in America could apply for credit independently, a mortgage independently. 50 years ago. That's my mother's generation. So if we think about it, I'm hugely inspired to see that 42% of entrepreneurs in the US are women as of today. This tells us that it's totally feasible with change of legislation, change of regulation, that we can really move the dial in the entrepreneurial and private sector space. There are huge things happening across Africa and Asia that I've been observing, and hugely inspired by that. We need to continue to agitate what it is that we accept as normal. There's this amazing company called usfor in Silicon Valley. I don't know if you've heard about them, but essentially in 2011, they had enough of being disregarded by the investor community when they were asking for appointments and meetings. They invented a co-founder. They made up a co-founder under the name of Keith, and we're shocked to find that he was getting meetings and responses quicker than they were. So, this is not a historic issue. It's a contemporary issue that needs to continue to be challenged. Samir, you're asking about why is it we're seeing a little bit of a difference in followership in the political and business spheres? That is a question I would actually throw out for everybody to consider here. Are there biases that we need to examine? Are there biases that we need to challenge as women in leadership positions? Whether you're Alta Manjani, who sat here today, you're minister and presidency that sat here today, what is it on the side of women? Not only in government, but also in business, that we need to be challenging status quo around. I watched last night Gillian Gillard, again, the speech that she gave the Parliament in Australia, when she said, enough is enough, I'm not going to continue to engage in conversations, and it's not my responsibility here to really be looking at sexism and holding that conversation. There needs to be some self-reflection on perhaps unconscious biases that exist. And within the private sector, we can continue to lobby and seek out a change and adjustment, in representation. So in venture capital funds, can we have greater representation? Can we hold venture capital funds to greater accountability around the organizations that they are investing in? Gender Lens Investing is doing a fantastic job of really spotlighting organizations that can be invested in. We can push the dial and request more. So I think that's really important for us to consider. And in the side of business, it is continuing an open dialogue. It's not just women that are going to have a problem, but what is most popular at the moment in the entrepreneurial space for women is for us to be entering that space in our 30s. We are going to see with Gen Z and the very realities of our ability to enter the housing market or to have assets, there is a requirement to have side hustles. There is a requirement to be entrepreneurial in the way we're thinking. So we're going to start to see intersectionality of not only the challenges of being women in leadership and in entrepreneurial spaces, but young women in leadership and in the entrepreneurial space.
Thanks.
If we can't get a seat at the table, if we can't get credit conversations, if we can't get investment at this point, how does that get easier when we start adding the complexities of being a young woman at the table?
Thank you,
And
Charlotte.
So this is one thing
I
I
want us
just
to wrap
encourage.
up. Maybe just to jump on this, Bhuvan, if you want to follow up on the conversation and
I'll just take Sameer's point on why women are trusted in politics and not necessarily in business. I think it once again goes back to the fundamental, where in India, for instance, most women politicians that they've got huge following, they are seen as mother, protective mother, elder sister and all of that. And same at home, you go for protection, love, care to your mother and all, but at the end of the day, traditionally, historically, when it comes to money, you've trusted your money with the father, or father comes up with the money. The same is happening in business and in politics. I think that's, in my understanding, somewhat answers.
Okay,
Last
just quickly
words for
to
you.
answer the question about SDG 4. So if your business is about SDG 4, which is focusing on inclusive, affordable, and quality education, I can assure you that many countries are still lagging behind on that. We have a GEM report that was published this year for UNESCO that really says that a child who's born today will need 97 years for them to actually see gender equality in education happen. So basically, we are still lagging behind on that, and we need a lot of work to be done. So in terms of sustainability, if you have this at the back of your mind, there's still a lot of opportunities beyond 2030 when the SDGs are supposed to actually come to a conclusion. But we are seeing so many challenges that need to be addressed, and please continue doing that, because we need to have less of these conversations here. If we had gender parity, if we had quality education, a lot of these problems that we're discussing today will not be there. All the best.
I want to stop here. I mean, I love the end of this conversation, so I won't add anything more. I want to thank the audience again for the different questions and for sticking with us, and thank the ORF and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation again for hosting us. Have a good evening, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. If I could request my panelists to join us at the front of the stage while I make a few housekeeping announcements. We'll break for dinner now and meet back here at 9:30. We have an exciting panel. We have drinks. Grab some dinner, get back here, and have a fun conversation with an amazing set of panelists.